Anything we need to get out of the way right away? And how's this sound? Matt, are we doing okay? Okay. And the panelists will be, the voice on the panelists is good too? Yeah. Okay. So we'll go slow. We can get started. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Eigenman. I'm the organizer of Canna Connect, and I welcome you to Canna Connect 2. Network, grow, learn, connect. Let's do it. Let's do it today, guys and gals. Today, we have an esteemed group of ancillary business professionals. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves one by one. But going into it, we're going to cover a few topics around accounting, legal, SEO, website, and marketing in general, and how you balance the budget when it comes to all of these competing interests. So we'll start with Angela Knox, and we'll move down to the left. So introduce yourself, Angela, and thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yes, sound on. Hi, I'm Angela. I'm the founder of the Divine Group, and we are a branding and marketing agency that helps purpose-driven brands make the impact they deserve. And we do that with brand building, social media marketing and management, and then we also do website design.
Hello, I also am Angela Lesbrons. I am the owner of Miss Jane Accounting. We are an all-female cannabis accounting firm. We are specialized in this space. We work locally with hemp and CBD companies here in Minnesota. We'll be turning adult use, and we also operate in the legal states as well. We have a special focus on social equity, racial justice, and let me know if you have any questions afterwards. Thanks for coming.
I'm Elliot Ginsburg with Garner, Ginsburg, and Johnsen. So I'm a lawyer, been representing cannabis companies now for 5 or so years around the country, from the very beginning through any problems that come up. So if anybody has any legal questions, feel free to ask me after.
I'm Sara Walsh, and I'm an SEO strategist at Higher State Marketing Collective, and we focus on SEO and photography for cannabis brands and helping you consistently drive ready-to-buy customers to your website.
So, Elliot, how should we get started with this? What is the first thing a lawyer can do when someone wants to set up a hemp or cannabis business?
So that's a great question. The first thing that I ask people is, right now you can operate under 150, 172, and you can sell hemp-derived THC. But if we're talking about full cannabis licenses, I ask people what license they want. And most of the time, nobody knows because there are, I think it's 16 different licenses total. And there are overlapping rights that you can have depending on which license you get. So out there on the table, I've got some handouts on what different licenses allow you to do. Feel free to grab one of those. That would be the first thing. And then after that, it's just sort of coming up with a business plan, and at some point soon it will be starting the application. We don't know exactly what those are going to look like, but we've done one in DC before. So out there, some information we got when we did that work. It was great, but there's a lot you got to do. I mean, ask questions, ask all the questions because you're going to have a lot of them.
Let's move down to Angela, Miss Jane Accounting. When you start working with a hemp or cannabis brand, what are some of the common things that come up that you try to correct or that you see with business owners that aren't using an accountant, and what you look for to try to fix as soon as possible in that relationship?
That is a great question because this happens quite often. One of the things, kind of like Elliot said, is having a plan is super important. A lot of people think this is just a cash cow. They can jump in without a plan, without funding. So the biggest thing you want to do, I always recommend, number one, you get a cannabis specialized accountant and you get a cannabis specialized lawyer. That's a great place to start because as you're building your plan, you're talking about funding, you're talking about licensing. We're talking about rules and regulations from two very different perspectives, which are very important to get you started. So you want to focus on your plan and you want to make sure that you've written a budget, because if you don't know how much it's going to cost you, it's going to be really difficult for you to navigate this space. So for instance, you want to know how much it's going to cost to have a lawyer, how much for an accountant, for marketing, for websites, all the things, and then have someone in the space take a look at your plan to see if there's any gaps in it so they can help you fill those gaps as well.
Let's stay on that topic a little bit. Filling in the gaps, knowing where your blind spots are is one of the main reasons you want to work with a specialist on the ancillary side. Is they can understand where you're at based on their past clients. And all of the experts on stage right now are working with cannabis brands and businesses. And so they have seen some patterns. I want to touch on kind of the softer side, like the photography and the social and the templates a little bit, because coming from a marketing background, it's really hard to stay on top of all things marketing. And as a marketer, you often get grouped into doing more than what your like lane is trying to be. And what about social? What about email? What about website? And so what are some simple ways that you try to empower your clients to make it easier for them to stay on top of the website and the social? Like, how do you help your clients balance both website and social?
Well, I truly believe that everything should work together. So when we work with people, we try to say like, yes, shiny object syndrome, it's real, right? Like we want to do everything. Why can't we create content that can fit all of this, right? So when we work with people, we say like, your website's super important. Yes, you need that, especially if you're selling a product that they have to buy. So let's keep an eye on the website, but also like, what can we put on your website that's going to attract people and you could use in the marketing? Is it a blog post that's going to drive SEO? Is it a something that's going to build your email list so you can reach your people? So know that when you create content, it should be able to hit all of your platforms, and that makes it a lot simpler. You can break things up, use it across all of it, so that way you're not reinventing the wheel like every single day. Like to different platforms? Yeah, so I think choose 1 to 2 platforms you want to be on social media, because it's getting crazy. Like Threads, like who knows how long that's going to last, right? It's like, but the biggest thing I recommend to people is remember that your social media, you don't own that. You don't own any of that. So instead of putting your eggs towards the social media basket, what we recommend is use your social media to drive people to your email list or drive people to your website, because you own those things. Especially if you're on WordPress, you actually own that website. Wix and stuff is a different story, but you need to drive people away from what you don't own. So don't get too caught up in like being on every single platform. Pick 1 or 2 and use the same content on both, so you don't have to waste so much time. Do you want to add to that, Sara, at all?
Yeah, let's pass it to Sara.
Yeah, is this on? Okay. I agree that it is really worthwhile to focus on the platforms that you own. So whether that's your website or your email list or both of those things, really trying to drive people to a place that's sustainable and something that you own. So you're not putting all of your eggs in the social media basket just to get shadow banned and have to start a new account the next day. So it's really important to be focusing on these strategies that can drive people in over the long term versus these shorter term strategies that social media provides.
If I jump in for a second. So when we're talking about branding and that sort of thing, one of the other things we do is trademarks, and it is going to be an absolute shit show when this industry starts to really get going, especially when it becomes federally legal. Right now, you can't get a trademark for cannabis products, so you have to be very clever, creative. You can get trademarks on things like lighters or glassware. It's important that you also spend some time doing some searching beforehand so you're not running across any trademark infringement problems.
And that's not a hard search. That's USPTO, U.S. Patents and Trademarks Office. Run that search, and it's pretty cool. It'll pull everything. Couple clicks. If you get stuck, DM Canna Connect. I can sort through it with you. But I've been looking at that for a long time, and it's only going to become increasingly more competitive. Show of hands. How many people have a hemp or cannabis business right now? Okay. How many people are considering starting a hemp or cannabis business? Okay. And of both groups, how many people are considering just a hemp business? Or like a low dose edible or a Minnesota. Okay, so more folks. How many are interested in the cannabis side? All right, panelists. Hemp versus cannabis. What should they know, Angela, before starting a business? Angela Lesperance.
Thank you. So one thing you should absolutely know before getting into the cannabis space is understanding the difference between a hemp and CBD business and the cannabis adult use market. One of the major impacts and differences is Section 280E. So we need to understand the tax implications. So as we're thinking about adult use, we need to start thinking about what 280 means to us. And that's where you need accountants and legal advisors to talk about this, because for a normal business, for instance, like my company, Miss Jane Accounting, we're an accounting firm. We do taxes and accounting. I can deduct things like t-shirts and supplies and desks, right? Monitors, whatever we need to run our business. Once you are in the adult use market, you cannot take these normal business deductions. So if you think about what you cannot deduct, that's going to add up very quickly. So you need to start planning for that tax liability, because if you think about your gross profit, all the money you're bringing into your business minus all of your deductions, the adult use will not have all of those deductions. It will be strictly limited to your cost of goods sold. So if you think that a normal business, they're getting taxed at a rate of, maybe 20 to 40%, adult use will be taxed anywhere from 70 to 110%. And you need to have the funding for that. So start thinking about, when I'm talking about that plan, that budget, getting an accountant. Some people think they can't afford an accountant. You can't afford to not have an accountant in this space, because you need to plan for these numbers. They are massive.
If you can't afford an accountant, you can't afford your taxes.
Precisely.
You can't afford your taxes. Or no?
Can I ask, if you do something like a micro business license and you plan to go hemp and CBD space, but then have a separate cannabis space, how are the taxes going to be? Are they keeping your, going to be all lumped together or separate?
Great question. So we've got a very unique market in Minnesota that is different from a lot of states. And this is where you really need to strategize with your accountant and your lawyer to properly structure these entities so you can maximize your tax implications.
And there's a bunch of case law out there from other states that have run into this problem. And so it really is a question of looking at case law and seeing what courts have said about, if you can separate one business from the other by running two POS systems and deduct from one side but not the other. So there's a whole mess of things and frankly, we don't have an answer at this point. Nobody does.
Go ahead.
Yeah, did you say 70 to 120%?
110%.
70 to 110%.
Yeah.
Question?
So, in the current state of the market, if you were to acquire assets for a sold cannabis business that could be used inside of a hemp business, could you claim those deductions now or claim them as a depreciating asset over the following years, then move into the controlled space?
So you're going to hear this word a lot. It depends. So this happens often because nothing is cookie cutter, right? When it comes to accounting and legal aspects, it's case specific. So we would have to take a look at, okay, the use of the life, how long you're using it, what it's used for, when we're transitioning, is the other company going to buy it from you, and so on, right? Like there's a whole, Elliot and I have actually been through something similar where it's like you literally have to dissect, plan, do the best you can, structure it properly, and then take it as it comes, right? But we do everything up front as much as we can to plan for it. But right now it's difficult to say because we're waiting on so much to come out still with the OCM and all the rules and applications and the licensing. So we can't just say blanket statements like, yes, you can do that. We'll have to sit there and talk about what's happening now, where we want to go, and what are we expecting for the future in order to make that determination.
Let's bring it back a little bit. I got a marketing bias baked into me here. So as important as the legal and accounting is, it's more fun to talk brands. So, how should you launch your website, Sara Walsh? One option.
It's really important when you're putting your website together to make sure that it's properly filled out. So especially from a search engine optimization perspective, the more content that you have describing exactly what you offer and what you do, that makes it so that people can find you. I often see that people kind of skimp over the website phase and they're like, oh, I just threw something up. It's a one-pager, good to go, I'm done. But really, the more in detail that you can get with your website and really describe what your products or your services are and have more pages than just one landing page, that's really the best case scenario from an SEO standpoint.
Yeah. So we luckily don't have that issue yet in Minnesota, right? We'll see kind of what they do. But from what I understand, depending on what state you're in, you can still have your logo. You can still have color scheme. You can still have your copywriting. You can still have your own images, right? So that's really what you're going to have to leverage to make you stand out if they're going to put some sort of template on us. Did that help answer your question? With the POS system, that's a little bit different. I don't know if I know you.
I know enough to say that I don't know. But like Missouri, so Missouri has a statewide monitoring system, I think like you're talking about, where they track everything from seed all the way to sale, and they know what plant is where and when. The statute here calls for a statewide monitoring system, but we have no idea what it's going to look like yet.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I mean, Dutchie is working with the medical dispensaries in the state, and from my conversations with them last night, they seem pretty likely to be here as well. So Dutchie is a company to look into, and there's a few folks from Dutchie here. And did we have another hand up? Yes.
You mentioned that on a lot of social media platforms you don't own your content, and you kind of mentioned just under your breath Wix. Is that something different than a typical website platform?
So when I just worked with a client, when we registered them on Wix, because long story, right? Shopify wasn't quite the right fit. They wanted to use a PO system called Lightspeed, which is great. I highly recommend for their customer service. They're amazing. But to integrate that into the website, we couldn't go with Shopify, so we had to build on Wix. Not something I do all the time. I'm a WordPress person myself. But what we had to do is if we wanted to use Wix's like order, right? Like say we wanted to build the whole shop in Wix, we would have had to send them something to approve. So they actually, because they're the ones processing the payments and stuff, they clearly want to make sure you're doing things legally and whatnot like that. So because we put a different POS system in there, we're fine. But there are website platforms like that that are going to make you like, they're going to kind of own it a bit, wouldn't you say?
The POS system stuff is you're gonna have to be really careful. The big ones that Square and yeah. So they can basically take your money, they can process the payments, and then they can decide to freeze your assets with them. So they can hold on to as much as they have of your money if they think you're doing something illegal. And to them, they make it up as they go because they don't know what they're talking about.
So when you build your marketing funnels and when you build your website, that's why we think it's super important to, make sure you know what you're getting into. If you don't have, say, like $10,000 to invest in a website right away, we've definitely come across that. I'm sure everyone has, right? Where are you going to build it that you can grow it and make it work for you over time? And what do you own? I know WordPress you own because you're like building it out. It's a little more work on your end, but why? Because you own it. Your email list you own, right? So you don't like social media can shut you down at any time. So that's why I also recommend when you create content, use it on all the platforms, because then if something gets shut down, you don't have to worry about it.
And both Higher State and the Divine Group offer packages to bundle photography with web and photography with social. And the way that the phones are set up now, everything is 1080 by 1920. You can have a ton of cuts, just edits that will fit across platforms. And it makes a difference adding a nice cover photo to your Instagram reel versus just grabbing a frame. You're going to get a higher quality resolution. And if you're editing and creating templates, you can use sort of the TikTok approach where the titles are on the frame itself so that you're giving people context right away before they click into the video so that you're letting people know this is what you can expect. And that those little things inside of our minds make a huge difference when we're like, okay, do I want to watch this video or am I just going to pass on to the next video? And so bundling within marketing, I think, is super important, and working with professionals that have been there before help you get more bang for your buck. And really, you can leverage platforms right now. You can use the same content on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok. Now, with TikTok, you can't really talk about the plant. With Instagram, I've seen it both ways. There's some vendors here that will self-censor themselves, and there's some people like myself that are non-plant touching that I haven't had any issue this year. Last year, my Instagram got shut down, and that was one of the reasons why I pivoted from Canna MN to Canna Connect, because I screwed around. I didn't have you just have to. Don't be lazy on social media. It's better to use it less than be lazy on it. Like, come correct, have a plan. You can schedule. It doesn't cost as much money as it used to get ahead. There's just little things that if we take the time, it'll pay off. And then don't be afraid to go. But get your books in order. Get your legal team in order. Like, it's fun to do advertising, marketing, promotion, but what about accounting, marketing, and strategic planning? So like, let's think big. And Angela, what does a month end look like for a successful client? So the Divine Group and Higher State Marketing Collective, and they're both here. So
I can always give you a card after this.
yeah, they'll stick around and chat with folks, right? Cool. So I've got an accounting question. How can a entry-level startup beginning phase operation have a successful month end?
So that is kind of a loaded question depending on where you're at, if you're cultivation, if you're vertically integrated, if you are a processor or retailer. But one of the big things is inventory. A lot of people forget that you can't actually take some of your deductions in accordance with 280E if you don't have your monthly inventory in check. So the IRS can actually disqualify some of your 280E deductions because you are not in compliant by having monthly inventory. So that is one thing that's really important. Cash counts, very important. Every month, end of month, same day, do your inventory, cash counts, cash logs, everything. And then documenting SOPs is going to be really important for month end because this is all part of your compliance piece from the accounting operations side.
Are there any SOP questions or any operational questions that might bridge a couple panelists? Does anyone have experiences? Yeah, Andrew.
Can you talk about, are there any compliance considerations for facility design? We need to consider that stage.
So that's going to come in the licensing side.
Yes, and there's a ton. So this is a lot of the stuff we don't know yet because the applications aren't out and the rules aren't out. We've done work in other states on their licensing applications. And so there's some sheets out there you can look at that talks through various questions to think about under each category. And you're going to have to go deeper than you think. At least from what we've seen so far, these are not, 2-page applications. These are like packets that come with a bunch of information that's repetitive and redundant. And so it's important that when you think about the topics, like you're going to have layout wise, you're going to have safety protocols. You're going to have rooms that can't be accessed by anybody except certain people. You're going to have Americans with Disabilities Act compliance. There's a lot of stuff in there.
I would also like to add that when you're thinking about a dispensary, for instance, or if you're a processing facility, or if you've got your indoor grow, for instance, we want to think about square footage allocations is really important because your deductions are dependent on your square footage. So for example, if you're building a space out, don't put this massive, gorgeous office in it. Keep that at home if you can, because that's a whole portion of your business you won't be able to deduct. So be mindful as you're building these facilities, especially. We don't need massive offices, right? We want to maximize the space to be geared toward anything that's flower touching, inventory, if you've got a pre-roll station, things like that. Don't blow out a massive office. Keep it at home.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when we come to the point of filling out the licenses, from other states, is there a particular professional that should be supporting you while you go through that application process, or is that kind of an individual responsibility?
That's a great question. So there are consulting companies out there that offer application services. We have a client that worked with one and they did a great job. Our client wasn't able to get the license, but it had to do with zoning issues, not with the application. I think doing it yourself also is going to be fine. Like, I don't think you need to pay thousands of dollars to have a consulting company come in and do it for you. Just make sure that it's not slapped together and that you've gone through it repeatedly. And shameless self-promotion, but honestly, probably have a lawyer go through it, even if it's just a friend looking through it, because there are things that you really have to be careful about. And I guess one thing I'll say is over disclose rather than under disclose. That's bitten some people in the ass pretty hard. So if it asks about, a conviction or a charge or something, there is no good reason to hide it. None whatsoever.
It's 2:00. We're gonna allow time for some questions and some final thoughts from our panelists. So drum up your questions and let's keep it rolling.
I just have a question on manufacturing, and if they're going to have the same rules in place for zoning as other businesses, and then, yeah, how to understand the zoning around manufacturing.
Go ahead.
St. Paul is not very helpful.
Nobody is. So right now it's up to the cities, and the statute has language that says cities can put restrictions for 1,000 feet from a school, daycare, house of worship, something like that, parks where kids play. But it's going to be city by city based on their zoning ordinances. I don't know. Most states, well, not most states, most cities, sorry, that we've been dealing with have had some sort of zoning restriction like that. Not St. Paul and Minneapolis yet. I don't know if they will or not. I wish I could tell you. But.
Well, I've been in touch with the city council, and they weren't even planning to have conversations this year.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. I mean, well, so this is good news for you. There is something called legal non-conforming use. If you're using a space within the zoning requirements at a time, if the zoning requirements change, they can't kick you out of that space for violating their later zoning requirements. So you get grandfathered in basically. And there are all sorts of, restrictions and limitations on that, but it's a really useful tactic if you come across a zoning problem.
Yes, sir.
Just one more question on for any business or person that wants to start a cannabis business in Minnesota and they're starting from ground zero. What would you recommend? When do we incorporate a lawyer?
Yeah, we are living in the most unique marijuana market in the country right now. I would encourage you to get your training wheels with the low dose edibles. Start in the minor leagues before you play in the major leagues. And it's easier to start a cannabis business in Minnesota than it is anywhere nearby.
Should we incorporate lawyers and stuff? I mean, that's what I wanted to ask.
All the time. No. So there is some stuff you have to take care of right away, like forming a company. Now, you can do that yourself for sure. If you have a number of owners or investors, you want to be careful when you're drafting bylaws or an operating agreement, because if things go south within the partnership, you want to make sure you've addressed as much as you reasonably can beforehand so that you're not fighting about it later. So that's something you can do whenever, and just go on the Secretary of State's website and fill it out. But you have to choose which entity you want, which is a legal and accounting question. So I sometimes give people like an option, and then I say, talk to Angela.
He could feel me staring at him during that conversation. My recommendation would be get an accountant and lawyer right away, because the first thing with the business registration is selecting a business entity. And a lot of people don't understand the implications of that. So what Elliot and I could do, for instance, is we would get with the client, we would strategize, we would talk about what are your short-term, long-term exit goals. So we want to not only plan for what's happening today, we need to plan for a couple years down the road, and we need to plan too if you're looking to build generational health and generational wealth, or if you're trying to get a 5-year exit plan. So that's what I recommend. We've had to do a lot of corrections for people that did go on LegalZoom, for instance, or some platforms. And just so you're aware, it does add up costly time for accountants and lawyers when we have to go back and fix everything. So I would recommend just get it right from the start. If we have to modify down the road because laws change or plans change, we can do that. But sometimes going backwards is not as efficient and cost effective.
I guess that kind of pairs perfectly with my question. With there being so many unknowns, I guess from a financial perspective, how should we do a financial forecast if, say, we have to move a facility or have to change some order of operation or business practice significantly when things come up a year from now or 2 years from now?
Great question. So you're going to find in this space, you will have constant roadblocks and the most challenges in any other business industry you've worked in. So you're going to have to be adaptable You're going to have to adjust, and your plan will always probably change. So you just have to get in that mindset that, okay, here's how we're going to start, but we also have to be mentally prepared that this could totally change, and we have to be flexible and adaptable with it. Does that help?
One thing I just want to add to with the question about like what kind of order of people do you need to find? Absolutely lawyer, accounting first, in my opinion, in this industry. I just worked with building a brand with a company, and we had to shift from something to more hemp so that we could just get them going, because as we had their logo designed with a tagline that said something about cannabis, we had to change that. And then the website that we designed, we had to change it to fit what is legal now. So just know that, like, yes, I love that advice of starting from maybe like, you know, so then you can add on, but just know that if you start with like branding and like that stuff first, it could bite you in the butt if you don't know. So that's why when people come to me, I'm like, okay, do you have in this industry, have you talked to a lawyer? Do you have an accountant? Do you have people guiding you a bit? And this is just for product, more or less, brands. If you're like going to do something on the service side, totally different, right? You could start more with the concept, the logo, the website, and then get into that stuff. But if you're starting with a product, make sure you start correctly, so then you don't have to pay extra to get your branding redone or your website redone.
Know the rules before you play the game. Yes. Otherwise, you'll lose. You'll lose like you're at the casino. Like, know the rules before you play. And we'll take a couple more questions, and then we got to file out. All right, you first.
Hi, I've got a question. I'm a bookkeeper. My company is called Green Books Consulting. I named it that 20 years ago, but it's pretty great now. But I'm looking for, I partner with CPAs a lot when their clients are in trouble and need their books done quickly. I'm looking for any kind of like extra education. There's like this dope CFO out there. There's other cannabis colleges. I'm feeling like, where do I put my money to get real, actual information that I can use and bring to clients?
So Dope CFO is great. NACAT is great as well. Those are two of the nationwide cannabis and accounting. NACAT, National Association of Cannabis Accountants and Tax Preparers, I believe it is. I should get a gold star for that one. So that would be a great place to start. But also, I would say get some strategic partnerships with experienced people, because this is not an area you can just jump into. You will do a disservice to your clients, I will tell you that, because it is a massive space and it's highly regulated, and the compliance starts with the bookkeeping. So you really need to be up to snuff and do your due diligence to make sure that you're confident in your skills. Yeah, we can touch base afterwards. We've got a booth down there. Come talk to us. Mm-hmm.
All right, rapid fire. Who's got it? Corinne?
This is a question for Sara. With the kind of more growing adoption of generative search, like our websites used to be top ranking on all of our pages. When I do the same search and use the generative search enabled, I'm getting press releases, more articles, not direct hits to our website. So I'm curious how you have any strategy or tactics on there.
What was the keyword there? Generous?
Generative
search.
AI search.
Okay.
Oh, got it. Yeah. So one thing from a Google perspective that's always been important is showing your expertise and your authority. So making sure that you have profiles built out on your website about the people who are writing the content, and just making sure that you're showing that you know what you're talking about and you're coming from a place of authority, and really showing that like expertise piece, being able to get into the nitty-gritty details of what you're talking about. That can really help just generally get you ranking a little bit higher and show more of that knowledge base that you have. And I think that could likely help from the AI side too, of just being able to get these bots to trust you and understand that you are an expert.
Great answer. We'll take two more. Yeah, you in the corner.
Thank you. So to go back to what you were talking about earlier with the square footage, because I know you mentioned obviously not negatively using that space. As far as like wanting to do everything in house, like you want to, as far as a grow process, having to do everything under one roof, is that worth the square footage if you were to do it that way?
It depends. So you really have to take this case by case. For instance, so we have clients that are just retailers, we have just processors, we have just growers, we also have vertically integrated companies. The key point is to remember that the closer you get to the retail side, the less you can deduct. So even if you have a retail space, for instance, consider like an inventory space, or if you've got a pre-roll station, or if you're pre-packaging or repackaging anything, consider that space as well. So it kind of depends on, case by case. Again, we need to look at the overall whole. This is not going to be a blanket yes or no, unfortunately, but that's when you want to get people involved from the beginning and strategize and talk about that square footage allocation and the rules behind it and the license requirements with it. Yep.
I'm going to give a plug for the speakeasy. We've got a great partner, Turning Leaf. They're one of the most professional retailers in the Midwest. They have 10 locations across North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin. They've got beverages for sale around $5 today, so take advantage of that. I'm going to head over there in just a little bit, so if anybody wants to have some more dialogue in the speakeasy, and we have the expert panelists, if we just want to give maybe one final word or just a reintroduction and where they can find you online.
So if you have branding, social media, marketing questions, you can find me on Instagram at the Divine Group, MN. Divine is DIVINE. And then my website's thedivinegroup.co. And as always, I'll just say, use your content as much as you can everywhere. Don't reinvent the wheel. And then especially for Canna brands, try to talk about the personality and the value that you give versus just showing really great photos of your products, because that's going to make you stand out and that's what's going to help you get found.
So again, I'm Angela with Miss Jane Accounting. I want to make sure that you guys understand that not all tax preparers, bookkeepers are one and the same. You want to do your due diligence as you're vetting professionals in this space and make sure that you understand that it's important to align yourself with people that have the proper experience. We handle everything from the bookkeeping, the advisory services, CFO services, tax planning to tax preparation for a very specific reason, because it's highly complex and very regulated. Thank you.
Thanks. So you can find, we're actually going through a new website design project, but you can find me now at hoppylawyers.com. The information's on those sheets out there. And if one piece of advice, I would just say start thinking about this stuff in detail sooner rather than later, because it's only going to get more and more complicated.
My name is Sara. You can find me at higherstatemarketing.com. And I'll leave you with this piece of information. If you're looking to sell products online, people really need to trust you, and you need to show that quality and credibility right away. So it's super important to be thinking about that as you're getting your web pieces together.
Circle it back. You can find us at missjaneaccounting.com. Thank you.
All right, give it up for the panelists, everybody. All right. We're going to open that door, let some air in, and get some refreshments, ask some questions. This is Canna Connect. This is your event. Thank you for coming, and stay for a while, make some friends. Let's have a good time.
All right, looks like we still got some people coming in there, Steve.
Yeah, let me get straight up. Let's see.
Okay, who's got the most hippie? So we can adjust it, take a picture of that, get that out there.
Yeah. No judgment.
I'm so old now, you gotta have for my shades, for my regular glasses, for everything. So, these I wear golfing. I've got a prescription, so now I can actually see the ball when it goes down. Which is enjoyable.
It makes the game more fun if you can see the ball.
I don't know, sometimes I don't want to see what my shot is.
Well, that
Forget
too,
about it.
that too. But then you can see whether you should go chasing.
Hello? Besties. All right, folks. Should I work this a different way, my friend? Is there a way to work this magically?
Yep, it's just a little light.
Okay. I'm loud.
Yeah.
It'll work. Cool. All right, everybody, if you want to take a seat, we're going to get started in just a second here as they get the doors closed up for us. Alrighty, folks, we're going to start our cannabis education panel today here at Canna Connect. My name is Kayla Fearing, and I am the owner of Healing Fear Consulting. My company tries to get patients off opioids and pills and other products like that onto strictly cannabis products. So I am very passionate about the cannabis products that we have here in Minnesota and other legal states as well. These are my panelists over here. First, I have Cara Schulz. She is a cancer survivor and owner of The Flower Pot, a holistic wellness shop in Burnsville that offers products ranging from medicinal teas to hemp tinctures and gummies. She's especially interested in creating effective combinations of hemp, functional mushrooms, and herbs. Her interests in topics such as herbalism go back years, but the products she used while enduring chemotherapy for colon cancer further animated her zeal for better wellness through nature. Given a 6% chance of survival, Cara is now 5 years cancer-free and credits alternative healthcare products for helping her through those treatments. Secondly, I have Brock Friesen. He is the Director of Sales and Education at Northstar Hemp, which includes Carpe Diem CBD and You Betcha Cannabis Company. Brock was born in Minnesota, grew up in Illinois, but also spent time in Africa as a child due to his parents being missionaries. He came home to Minnesota to attend school at the College of St. John's. Brock works hard on educating customers on CBD and THC products and how they can be used as a toolbox in a person's healthcare regimen. Thirdly, I have Mike Gawlik. He is 41 years old and originally from Illinois. He is a U.S. Navy veteran from 2001 to 2006. He has 20 plus years of combat sports and coaching experience. He is currently the owner and CEO of Natreum Health and Wellness in St. Louis Park and down in Lakeville, and other stores opening soon. Gawlik also has 15 years of sales training, business development, and metric training and improvements, and marketing. He is also a founding chapter member of the Minnesota Cannabis Beverage Association. He was also most recently, as of yesterday, in San Francisco speaking at the Cannabis Drinks Expo. And last but not least, I have former Governor Jesse Ventura. He was born in Minneapolis and is a graduate of Roosevelt High School. Go Teddies. He served in the Navy for 6 years, 4 on active duty, 2 in the Naval Reserves, and he is a Vietnam veteran. While on active duty, he was a member of the Underwater Demolition SEAL Team 12. After his discharge, he attended North Hennepin Community College and then began the 11-year career as a professional wrestler. He served as mayor of Brooklyn Park from 1991 to 1995. And as governor, he spearheaded several important initiatives, most notably the sales tax rebate, as well as attempting to legalize cannabis the first time. That would have made Minnesota the second legal state. Governor Ventura, has been married to his wife Terry since 1975, and they have 2 children. So with that, we will start our questions. And first, I have a question for you, Cara. What is a good beginner's dose of cannabis products?
First of all, saying every body is different, but a good beginner's dose. Thank you. Now maybe you can hear me. So a good beginner's dose, first of all, in Minnesota, it is legal to get 5 milligrams. So that is the dose that you're going to start from legally here in Minnesota. So a good beginner dose for people that have never had a THC product before is to take half a gummy. You don't do the rookie mistake of going, been 10 minutes, I feel nothing. And then take 4, right? So, when people ask me, I've never taken a THC product before, that's what I tell them to do, because the worst that can happen is that first time that you take something, you don't feel anything from it. And if that's the worst, that's not a bad thing. And then you can scale up from there. What you don't want is you don't want people to be trying a THC product for the first time and have a really bad experience, feeling anxiety or something like that, because then they're going to tell everyone about it and how horrible it was. And then you're going to have some stupid newspaper reporter doing an article about how they lost their mind and it was like reefer madness. So that would be my answer to that one.
Brock, could you give us a quick definition of the endocannabinoid system? And do you feel like most customers or patients that you work with understand what that system is?
So a lot of people don't really know what it is, right? The endocannabinoid system, but they're becoming more and more familiar with it with legalization or trying CBD products or trying THC products, because everybody kind of brings it up like, why is this important? Well, it's because these phytocannabinoids in this plant are binding to these receptors that are naturally occurring in our body, because our body naturally makes 2 endocannabinoids that we know of, that are really going to work with that system, And think of the endocannabinoid system as kind of a bridge between the body and the mind. There's these receptors all over, in your brain stem, central nervous system, as well as your immune cells in your gut and different organs like that. So it's really kind of working together to send signals to and from the brain saying, hey, there's some imbalance here. Let's help with some inflammation on this side of things. The 2 receptors in the endocannabinoid system, are CB1 receptors, more so in the brain, central nervous system. That's something that THC binds to a little bit more so than CBD does. CBD is going to be binding more to the CB2 receptors, which can be found more throughout your immune cells, which is how it's really going to help with that inflammation that people really see a lot of. And again, think of this like a signaling system, Walkie-talkies from your knee to your brain. Hey, there's pain here. Let's reduce that pain. Or, hey, there's inflammation here. What can we do naturally to start, reducing that inflammation? And something too that I usually introduce to people with kind of talking about the endocannabinoid system is when they're being introduced to THC or CBD, THC is something that you're going to feel, It's kind of like caffeine or alcohol, You're going to feel something when you ingest it, where CBD is a little more subtle. It's not really something you feel, Sometimes people try CBD gummies and like, well, that didn't work for me. I didn't feel anything. Well, that's good. That's what we're looking for. You didn't feel maybe the anxiousness that you had earlier. You didn't feel the headache that you had, the swelling or anything like that. So CBD, don't think that you're going to be feeling something all the time. Sometimes it's what you don't feel. And because a lot of us now, in society, we're looking for that stimulation. We're looking for something to feel, and sometimes it's not that. It's the opposite of that. But it seems like more and more people are kind of getting more familiar with it, and working with different health and wellness practitioners. Really trying to educate them. They're kind of going on their own, doing more education, finding out, okay, what is this endocannabinoid system, and how can we interact with it even without taking phytocannabinoids. And one way to activate your endocannabinoid system is through exercise, A lot of scientists now think that anandamide, that endocannabinoid that your body naturally makes, is responsible for that runner's high effect. So how are you going to activate that? Through exercise. And it doesn't have to be real high intense exercise. It can be just walking, stretching, Just activating the body is going to help release some of those endocannabinoids that we make. So that's kind of how I've been introducing it to people lately.
Thank you. Mike, what type of cannabis product education do you provide at your Natreum stores and through your brand?
2 separate questions to that. So I would say our product education, there's actually one thing that we focus on every single person when they walk through the door. The most important question you could ever ask anybody that's in any industry when it comes to wellness is, what's the intent of use, A lot of the times when someone's coming in and you ask that question, they may not need THC. And I'm not saying, don't sell them THC, but I am encouraging you, it's best to walk this in a short path, take all those small steps, Because you're building a relationship with a lot of these people when it comes to product, and they need to know that the product well and what it does and benefits for them. So the qualifying questions are the most important part in this process when we're looking at product. How does the product reflect the problems that we're facing with the community? So we have an older community at one of our stores, and these qualifying questions help really show these people and disarm them on product itself. They're already reluctant to come in these stores, As far as our Natreum product, we have one particular product. It's our balm, and you could literally use this thing for 99% of anything. I promise you. So I'm always trying to find ways. I'm observing people's behavior. If they have a slight limp, I'll just call it out. Be like, hey, what's going on with your leg? And I teach our sales associates these same things. Don't just be bold. Be bold and ask questions. So our Natreum balm is probably our number one product that I love the most. It's saved me. So, yeah.
Governor, how did you first get introduced to cannabis?
How did I first get introduced to cannabis? Well, first of all, I'll have to confess, I just turned 72, which means I went through high school in the 60s. And for those of you that aren't familiar with what happened in the 60s, there was a massive rebellion that took place in America, and part of it was due to the Vietnam War, and part of it was due to civil rights, and many of those issues really came to the forefront. And in the 60s was the decade of the assassinations and all of that. How did well, we were brought up in them days, the 50s and 60s, you were drinkers. You know, you found the bum, he went in and bought you your booze, and you came out and you got your stuff and you got drunk and everybody drank and everybody did this and that. When was I first introduced to cannabis? I had finished all of my sports my senior year. I was done competitive swimming. I was getting ready to join the Navy, and I was at a private party, and there were a few kids there from the University of Minnesota. The Go Gophers. And of course, cannabis or marijuana was at that time more prevalent by Seven Corners and by the U campus and Mama Rosa's restaurant and all that. Us older guys will know that. And so what happened to me was simple. I had been a drinker, and that was the first night somebody rolled a joint. I got stoned, and I declared that night, I said, the hell with drinking. I said, this is way better. And it proved to be way better because you don't get a hangover. You don't get violent, which alcohol leads very much to. The great thing about pot smokers is the last thing they want is a confrontation. You know, that isn't what they're looking for. Alcohol the other way. The first thing you want's a confrontation. Oh yeah, pow, and there you go. So that my first introduction was my senior year of high school. Then, of course, I went in the Navy, and you didn't smoke too much pot in there, but it was available overseas. And the unique thing back then in the Navy was they didn't drug test. So you could smoke pot, and you'd never get tested for it, so you didn't have to fall victim to smoking a joint on Sunday, getting tested on Friday, and then be declared ineligible or go to jail or whatever else they had for you. But it was also a very difficult time, and I'll finish with this. I had a friend who happened to go in the Army then. He was drafted, and he had a friend. And I'll never forget, 10 years after we were both out of the service, he was still writing to his friend who was serving in the Texas penitentiary because he had been in the Army down at Fort Hood. He had a bag of weed in his bag. They caught him in the Texas airport and sentenced him, I believe, to 20 years in prison. And my friend was still writing to him in prison 10 years after they served together in the United States Army, and this one poor kid got caught at the airport with a bag of pot. But to answer your question, my senior year of high school, I tried my first joint, but then I went in the Navy, and I will tell you this, we'll finish with this. July the 28th, 1970 is an important date in my life. Why would I remember it? It's the day I saw him. July 28th, 1970, in his third to last concert before he passed. He did San Diego, he did Seattle, he flew across the pond and did the Isle of Wight, and a week or two later, Jimmy was gone. So I feel fortunate, and yes, I did smoke pot when I saw Jimi Hendrix. And as I said when they legalized, if Jimmy's up there, he's looking down at Minnesota today, and he's got a smile on his face.
Beautiful. Thank you. Cara, what is something that every household should understand and know about cannabis?
Okay, pass around that.
Sorry, forget that I'm loud.
All right, so we just passed this microphone on down. So one of the first things that you should know in your household is during cold and flu season, please don't pass it down and partake with each other, or you're going to be using other herbal remedies as well. So that would be one thing. And I say that kind of jokingly, but I mean, that's just part of safety, right? The other thing is it's a medicinal plant which can be used recreationally. So, treat it that way and understand that. So, you do want to store it safely. You want to have it up and away from small children. I mean, this is very common sense things. Do not buy from randos. Okay, I'm not saying don't use the black market or the gray market, but I am saying don't buy from a rando, because there's a lot of fentanyl now in Minnesota that is being combined with cannabis. And we are having people die. Our police department is now having to hit people 3 times with the pen to bring them back from that. So don't buy from randos. The other thing is just understand what the law is. And if you can understand what the law is right now, you're ahead of everyone else. They will be clarifying some of that, but just know the basics of what is legal and what is not legal right now. And, like any mood altering substance, don't take it and go swimming or driving or, other activities like operating heavy machinery, right? So, just keep your mind on that. And then the other thing is, similar to how he chats with people who come in his store, understand your intent for why you want to take THC. And if it's just to have a really great evening, that's completely fine. But, just understand that's your intent and make sure that when you are taking it, your intent is followed up on. And if it isn't, if you're getting an opposite result, reevaluate, right? Common sense.
Perfect. Did you want to add something to that, Governor?
No.
Okay, just checking. How do you introduce your customers to new products?
So very similar to what Mike said too. Introducing people to new products. Usually what I'm asking them is, what have they tried in the past, if anything, right? I usually start there. Like, have you tried CBD in the past? Have you tried THC in the past? What product did you try? And then what was the result you were looking for, right? And then did you get there with that product? If you know the strength, if you know the quality of it, where it came from, do you know what other ingredients are in there besides just the CBD or the THC, right? There's other essential oils, there might be menthol, there might be other ingredients in there. Some are more natural than others, so knowing kind of what's in there as well. And then like what Mike said again, just really asking them, what is your end goal, right? What is your result with it? An example I use is like exercise. You can go to the gym every day and do bicep curls, but you will not get any faster. But I'm going to the gym every day, right? I'm sweating, I'm working hard. Well, you're not doing the right exercises for the right results you're looking for. And you can take that into a lot of other aspects of your life, right? Okay, am I using this product? Am I using a topical to help with that too? That's true. But again, what's the end goal? What's the intent? And then again, starting slow, right? Kind of like Cara said, starting with, well, here's the dose. Maybe start with half, see where you are with that. Because for you, that might be perfect. For your friend, their bodies are different. They're going to absorb it different. They're going to feel a little bit different on it, right? So knowing kind of where you're starting, start low and slow, and then work your way up, right? And really see, okay, I'm here. I increased it a little bit. I'm at a good point. I'm helping with some of my pain or my anxiety. I think this is the right product for me. I'm going to keep doing this for a while. Really evaluate how you feel. Another thing too is I usually kind of start with topicals if I can. If I see somebody is a little more hesitant on trying something that they've never done it before, I see if I can use a topical to help them out instead of ingesting it. People seem to feel a little more comfortable to rubbing something on their hand than they do to swallow something for the first time, right? If they don't know how they're going to feel on it. So I usually kind of start there and work my way up with them. But the biggest thing, yeah, asking them questions, right? Be bold. What do you want to help with, right? What's your intent here? Is it just to have a good time, or do you have something specific you're looking for, right? And kind of working there, because then that way you're educating the customer. They kind of know what to look for next time they're in a store that looks completely different than yours. You know, they might be on vacation somewhere, but now they kind of know what they're looking for. They have a little edge of, okay, well, I've tried this and this one helped. Well, this is a new product, but it looks similar. Okay, let me see what the differences are, and maybe this could help too. So.
Perfect, thank you. Mike, what are some of the values that you look for when you're picking a product from someone new in the cannabis industry?
Can I just
Yes, go ahead.
pair up with that? So I just drop a little golden nugget here. You know, I travel to a lot of states. I was just in San Francisco for a panel. I was able to face Big Canna on stage. It was really fun. Big Canna, Big Cannabis. Yeah, MSOs. I've been rattling the sabers and asking people to join in on the fight against the MSOs, say no to MSO. That's the campaign. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. Two things that will help you if you guys are wanting to get in this industry. Number one, getting yourself educated gets people to trust you because you're giving them information. You've spent hard time and money to learn these things, and the rest of the industry is not educated. So that's number one. Number two is when these MSOs come in, they treat these this experience that we're now enjoying, they turn it into a McDonald's drive-through. And someone comes in, they order what they want. They know nothing about the ingredients. They know nothing about the results of, you know, should they go to the gym after eat the Big Mac, you know, like that sort of thing. So if you guys can just do yourselves two things, educate yourselves as fast as possible, pick a niche, run with that. And the second thing is find a way to get involved against these MSOs. You know, there's a lot of us linking up on the back end of this that are unifying to fight this. So, yes, please.
That kind of answer. What are some of your values here in the cannabis industry?
Lead from the front, right? So be the one willing to take the gunshot, right? Also be the one willing to take the fall. And the reason why I think that's so important is because when you're in this industry, there are a lot of people getting in and they are not playing clean. And if you're in good practice and you're in the forefront of this, you can get people on board, like Carpe Diem taking the lead on education and product. They're not a retail store, right? The fact that they're doing this, that means they're sharing the golden nugget amongst many of the individuals that need this education. So lead from the front, not from the back. Yeah.
Somewhere I learned that in the Navy. I think Dick Marcinko used to say that often.
Governor, where do you get your personal cannabis products, and what is your current favorite product that you use?
Well, first and foremost, let me back this up a little bit. I want involvement in this. I want involvement in the state of Minnesota. Minnesota grown, Minnesota produced, and promoted by Minnesota's governor or former. One personal thing for me on this is this. I want to be the first major politician in America who puts his likeness, face, and everything behind cannabis. I want, and you all can help me do that. And I'll shamelessly say Ventura Farms is in the building, raising their hands. Anybody talk to them? But no, this is an ego thing for me. I want to have my name considered with cannabis, and now I'll tell you why. You asked me what I use and where I get it. Well, right now I go to Colorado a lot. Reason being, it's about half price because we haven't opened up yet.
I go to Michigan.
But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. What do I personally use right now? I'm a vape guy, is the way I prefer to do it. And that's how I do it. One of the things that, again, is important to me is to, again, I want to see Minnesota succeed here. As you talked about, you got these big people, the Miller Beers and the Budweisers and all that out there waiting to swoop in here. I would prefer to do Minnesota, put my name with Minnesota companies, and make cannabis a prosperous business in Minnesota by Minnesotans, keeping the money in Minnesota. And not, we've always been a great farm state. There is no doubt Minnesota can produce corn, we can produce wheat, we can also produce the best cannabis in the world too. There's no doubt we can do that also. And let me say this, I want to make an argument. My guy, who I consider the greatest expert, you maybe have heard of him, he's a character named Tommy Chong. Well, we all laugh at Tommy, but believe me, Tommy is an exceptionally brilliant man. And one thing Tommy made clear to me, we're making a mistake when we're separating into medical and recreational. Tommy says that's a mistake. The entire plant is medical. And those of us that smoke it for our heads are doing it for mental health. Talk to post-traumatic stress guys. Talk to things like that, and you'll find out. So it should not be divided up into this medical, recreational realm that they seem to have done with it. The entire plant is medical, no matter what you choose to use it. Now, I'm on the medical list. I get it from Minnesota. Why and for what? I'll tell you for what. I get it because I have non-specific neuropathy of the feet. Anybody know what that is? That means your feet are numb and they can't tell you why. I go down to the Mayo Clinic. You got non-specific neuropathy of the feet. Really? Well, 33% they told me of all neuropathies are that. You're numb and they can't tell you why. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If you get it like I do in the feet, I had to quit surfing. If you watch me walk now, you can't believe how much you need to feel your feet till you can't feel them. Then all of a sudden it dawns on you how much you need to feel them. Well, cannabis makes it, my feet tingle, I get all these shots in the nerves. Cannabis at night makes it so I can sleep. It dulls it down. It makes it so I get full night's sleep. And I also get it for my own post-traumatic stress. I won't go into that, but it's actually something that we as a country are responsible for. When I went in the Navy, I was sent overseas at age 19, and I did a 9-month tour of Southeast Asia and Vietnam. When I came back to my own country, I wasn't granted the privileges of being an adult. I couldn't vote. I couldn't drink a beer. I couldn't do anything. And I went into my executive officer. I said, I want to go back to Vietnam right now. He said, you can't. You got to be 6 months out of the combat zone, Navy regs, before you can go back in. He said, what's the problem? I said, sir, the problem's this. I said, I am a man. I'm an adult now. And yet my country is still treating me as a child. And ladies and gentlemen, it hasn't changed. It's still the same today. I'll give you the quick example. We're getting political, but it's fun. All right. You're never going to see another LeBron James. You're never going to see another Kobe Bryant, not because he's dead. You're never going to see another Kevin Garnett. You want to know why? They now require they got to go to college for a year. And I'll always remember the great center from the Pacers, Jermaine O'Neal. Jermaine looked all puzzled and he says, wait a minute. He says, you mean you can go die in Iraq, but you can't play basketball? Ladies and gentlemen, that's what they're telling you. Like when we testified and they talked about, we had these people get up and say the brain isn't fully formulated till age 25. And THC is bad for the brain of the developing brain. I said, well, what about the shit I was put through in boot camp at age 18 with my undeveloped brain? And they brainwashed me and sent me to Vietnam. That's okay? That's less? What did I learn from we send children to war. We send children, and we're still doing it because we don't grant them the privileges of being adults. We send children to war. I ask you, is that not child abuse?
Agreed. Thank you.
I know I got off track.
It's all together in this panel. I love it. Cara, next question is for you. Does cannabis belong in the herbalist category?
It absolutely does. And, you're hearing kind of a unifying theme up here, which is that, yes, separating cannabis into recreational and medical is an absolute mistake. Placing marijuana, cannabis, and CBD products into liquor stores and placing them into that category is a catastrophic mistake. It absolutely does belong in the herbalism category. It is a medicinal plant. Like, that's flat out what it is. My area and how I have structured my store comes from my background. I'm an herbalist. And so I'm always looking for what are the parts of the plants and functional mushrooms that we can use to promote better wellness, right? And so my personal view is that cannabis products belong in every home, similar to your other herbal medicinal products. I mean, if you want to reduce a fever in a young child, catnip tea is amazing, right? Most people wouldn't know that. And those are the types of things we should know when we're talking about salves, like an all-purpose salve. Okay, well, then you're looking at probably comfrey, calendula, and hemp, right? You're looking at that combination. So it should be part of herbalism, and it should be part of our herbal lore, and it should be part of every person's at-home medicine cabinet so that we can start to go that route first. And if those things don't work, then you can look at different pharma products. I'm an all the tools kind of girl. I'm not going to hate on pharma. Everything has its place. I just think we go there first, right? We go there first, and I think it's better that we look at a different route first. We're looking at our wellness first. So, absolutely, we need to start pushing hard to reclassify all of cannabis. All of this belongs in the category of herbalism. It does not belong in recreational and medical, slash like these divisions. It belongs in herbalism. And that's the way we should be looking at it and approaching it. Doesn't mean you can't get high and have fun.
Can I piggyback on that one quick? Something that she kind of touched on, right? It's not just hemp, but all these other herbs and natural organic remedies that kind of work together. I mean, a lot of people have probably heard this. A lot of science has come out now that, they test CBD by itself. They test THC by itself for these different ailments, and they don't work as well unless they're together, right? CBD helps THC, THC helps CBD. All these other terpenes and flavonoids in the plant are also very beneficial, right? When we start pulling things out by themselves, right? An example like vitamin C, you can take a vitamin C supplement. It's not bad. But if you ate a whole orange, you'd get vitamin C, you'd get a little protein, you get a little fiber, right? You get all these other things with it. So touching on that point, right? Mixing this with different herbs, right? If it's going to work for you. And we've actually done that with Carpe Diem with some of and the You Betcha brand too. We've added a few different herbs and mushrooms because we know it's not just one size fits all. It's a little bit of everything in certain categories that are natural growing products and really help to kind of fight all these different ailments that people have. And it's not just one thing, right? It's everything kind of, you're a massive picture. There's a lot of little puzzle pieces. Right, we're just talking about one of them, cannabis. Right, there's all these other ones that you can add in there that they can really help kind of boost themselves. So that was a good point.
So thank you. To piggyback on that, the question I have for you is, what is your favorite product on the market right now and why?
Oh, I'm a big proponent of CBD creams. I love what they have done for myself and for my family. I get the relief that I need. I've played sports, not quite as much as some of these guys, but played some football and wrestling, and I beat myself up pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, and I've seen how it's helped me with my recovery, right? I can get out of bed in the morning. I don't feel the age of these guys, right? Like, I had to throw that in there. No, and a big thing too that I like now are the THC drinks. Actually, are I'm not a big fan myself of just edibles, right? Kind of taking it and waiting for it to hit. But I like the drinks though because I can climb that ladder. I can sip it slowly, right? I can have some French fries. We can talk. We can joke about our age, right? We can have another drink, right? And then we can climb that ladder until I feel good, and then I can stop, right? But that'd be some of the products that I like, though, a lot.
Thank you. My next question is for you. What is one product that you personally must keep stocked in Natreum or for yourself, and why?
Well, first off, I want to address his comment. This guy's a former Division II wrestler, Division III, and he's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu. I am a former boxer and a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. And so after this, what we're going to do is we're going to put on a show. I'm 41. How old are you? 31. Yeah.
I'm going to give you the answer that'll stop both of them. So go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here's my answer to them. Now, you've heard the blue belt and this, the wrestler, this. I remember when I was going through Navy SEAL training, and we had an instructor named Terry Mother Moy, and there was a name that followed Mother. And but in one day, we were 4 weeks in, one of the trainees said, "Instructor Moy, when do we get hand-to-hand combat?" Moy just paused, looked over his shoulder, and I'll say this to you two guys. Here's what he said. He said, "With a stoner machine gun, no one should ever get that close."
Well, it's hard to follow up after that. Yeah.
We're gunfighters in the SEALs.
So, product? Okay. Well, this is tough because Melissa's in that corner. She's videoing me, so I have to put her on blast. Melissa and I started working on cannabinoids back in 2018, and we teamed up. I won't disclose the name, but we teamed up with a lab that was getting us product that we shouldn't have been able to get, and our promise to them was to provide data. So we were getting CBG, we were getting cannabinoids that weren't really supposed to be entirely released in the market. So we had the luxury of reformulating, failing prior to a lot of other people. The experience through that was understanding how much too much CBN can do to you, or what can CBG do specifically for you, or what combination of those. And so there's a product that we carry. It's called Happy Guts. Our product, Happy Guts, has CBG, CBD, and a little bit of CBC. And the idea is that it helps the gut health and works on the brain because of the CBG and CBC tie-in, right? Why is that important to me? Well, some of you who don't know my story, I was obviously former military, but I lost my mom during the military. Then I lost my significant other. She took her own life in front of me. And then my sister was killed by the cartel back in Texas. So that was a year after. And I developed severe PTSD, waking up, hearing gunshots, seeing everything in front of me like it was happening that same very day. The formulation that she came up with, and this is why I'm in this industry, this is why she's in this industry, is we noticed that over a period of time, the episode every morning wouldn't be as long, and then it wouldn't occur every day. And through the practice of using cannabinoids and figuring out, well, I've got severe inflammation of the brain, we need to stop that, right? I need to improve my health, not just by eating, but with the CBG products. I'm now, I don't know, probably this past 6 months to a year where episodes just aren't there. And, you know, it's a wonderful, thank you. It's a wonderful thing to be normal, right? I train with a lot of guys in combat sports, and they can look at your eyes and they could see something wrong because you're looking at them when you're fighting. And the idea is that these guys come up to me now because of these formulations, and they're looking at me and they're like, dude, you are just a happy person now. I was like, well, it's not because I'm high. So, but you know, I owe all the thanks to Melissa's nonstop focus and drive to study these formulations. So when I hear other people studying these things and adding other things to them, I can't tell you the hope and excitement that it gives me, because we're so far ahead. I visit all these other states with cannabis. These guys don't know diddly from nothing. So if we, again, go back to this education, you guys can educate yourselves and get on the ball on this. These MSOs won't be able to move in. They won't last. So one other thing, actually. So Melissa and I were tasked, she's a creator, with making a crest. The crest is to signify that this is Minnesota from head to toe. And we get people to put them on their cans. We're getting people to volunteer and put them on their product. And the idea is that after we check full panels, make sure the product's clean, we vet the people to make sure they're good operators, we're issuing this crest. Each crest has a number. The reason why we're issuing numbers is because that leaves a barrier for when these MSOs move in and the entire public is educated to look for this crest. They know if I'm going to support Minnesota, I'm going to look for this crest. So we're going to be presenting it to other forms of government. I think the cooperative is going to take the launch of doing independent verification with that, right? So I just, you know, I want to put that out there. Also, one last thing, and I promise I'll shut up. Everybody that's come through the store as a supplier has presented our product, and sometimes we're just kind of like, you know, you got to make something different. You've got to improve. And, you know, as we grow more Natreums, I said, well, I'm going to build a distribution for Natreum. So after I did this for all the Natreums that are going up, now I have these guys asking if I'll distribute their product. I came to a conclusion. So I went to the books, went to lawyers, accounting. We are setting up and finalizing a THC only distributor to rip it away from the alcohol distributors. And the focus is we're going to offer you very aggressive pricing for you small business owners so you guys can survive. We're also going to offer product training, sales training, metric training to improve your business metrics, placement theory so you understand the flow of your store and how customers go. And we're going to put this all into one package. So the idea is that we're rattling the swords and building a wall against these MSOs. So when they do come in and waste all their money moving here, they've got to walk out of here with their tail between their legs. So that's all.
You were my last question. I was going to say we're going to finish up here, but I have one last question.
Yep.
For Governor Ventura here. What is one stigma in cannabis that you wish would just go away?
Oh.
Now that you've been around, you've seen people use.
Well, first of all, let me backpedal a little bit, because you always do these things and sometimes you get caught up and you forget the most important reason. And I think I'd like to tell that story one more time. I told it when I testified in front of the Minnesota Senate. Cannabis gave me my life back. It was gone. Gone. Not me personally, but I've been married for 48 years now to the former First Lady, Terry. And about a decade ago, she developed latent life seizure disorder. My wife was seizing 2 to 3 times a week. And these are the kind of seizures that you can't do a thing. You comfort and hold the person. You make sure they don't swallow their tongue. You make sure they keep breathing, and hopefully they come out of the seizure. Well, she went to the doctors. They put her on one after the other, after the other, after the other, 4 different seizure medicines from pharma. None of them worked. All of them had terrible side effects. In desperation, we had friends that lived out in Telluride, Colorado. We jumped in the car. This is before Minnesota even had medical. We drove to Colorado. We got with our friends, and they illegally went in and bought it for us because we're not from Colorado. We hadn't seen the Colorado doctors. We had no permission to get it. My wife had a seizure in the motel the night before. That's how critical and bad it was. They got her at the time. It was 3 drops under the tongue. She took the 3 drops under the tongue. She's on pills now. They've graduated, not the drops on her tongue. But I can tell you all, she has not had a seizure since. Now, that is the major reason that Jesse Ventura wants cannabis. I don't want another family in Minnesota have to go through what we went through. Then I had to illegally get it. I'm breaking the law. It's like I told them, it came down to my wife or Minnesota law. Guess what I chose? My wife. Like the words of Dirty Harry Callahan, Clint Eastwood, when he looked and said, well, then the law's wrong, in the original Dirty Harry movie. But anyway, I wanted to get that out. That's my passion for cannabis because it saved my life, not just what would my life be now? If I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now. I'd probably be holding my wife while she seized again. And then it was so expensive. Do you know what I was paying to keep my wife seizure free? $600 a month. You can't deduct it. And then your great health insurance, they'll pay for the 4 pharma things that don't do shit, but they won't pay for cannabis. What works they don't pay for, but what doesn't work, hell yeah, we'll pay for this. No problem. And then it was hard even getting her doctor to let her go get cannabis because it did, and I thought that's malpractice. They're to do no harm. By her not sending my wife to get cannabis, that's doing my wife harm. That goes against their oath, doesn't it? So anyway, I wanted to passionately get that out to you all. You're going to be the Minnesota people that I hope I'm dealing with. And I want you to know that you have a passionate spokesperson if you want me, because nobody can speak with the passion I can, especially on this subject, because it was so close to me. We've been together 48 years, and this was the most difficult thing we've ever faced, ever. It's and thank God for cannabis. Where would I be today if it wasn't true? And I had to break the law to do it. I had to imagine that, the governor. Of course, then again, we got Trump, so I guess it's not out of line to break every law you can think about, Anyway, I won't get into that. What's the rest of it? What stigma do I want gone? I want the stigma gone that somehow cannabis causes you to lose your memory. My memory's every bit as good today as it's ever been, and it hasn't had no ill effect on, so that's a stigma I'd like to see gotten rid of. They tell you lose your short-term memory and you lose this and you lose that. I don't necessarily believe that now. And I don't know what else. I don't know. I just wish the people who are negative against it, I wish they'd just try to understand it and educate themselves a little bit before they come out with, we're going to have everybody smoking pot and they're all doing this and doing that. Well, you shouldn't smoke pot and drive. No. But I'll tell you this, chances are you're going to go under the speed limit. when you look at both, alcohol is going to send you over the speed limit. Cannabis is going to keep you under it because you're going to be cautious. Paranoid driving. You could, yeah, I don't know about you, but I could always tell a pot smoker out on the highway. They're over in the right lane doing 45. Anyway, was there a third to that?
No, that was the end.
That was it. Anyway, thank you. And thanks for letting me tell my stories today. And I think I've showed my passion for what we're all here for. And it's going to take all of us to make this successful for Minnesota. Let's make Minnesota proud. Let's make us proud.
Thank you, everyone, for coming in here. I really appreciate it. And thank you to my panelists for joining me as well. I thought you guys had some really good answers. So thank you. Steve?
Yeah, we're going to file out of here as politely and peacefully as possible. We'll let Eric Olson out first, and we'll go from there. Mr. Governor, we will keep you for a little bit to meet with some media members after this, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Sit tight for a little bit, and we'll file out of here. Hey, Mr. Erickson.
with Blunt Strategies, and we are very excited to talk about what's next for Minnesota, joined by Charlene Briner from the Office of Cannabis Management, Leili, FatehI, my partner at Blunt Strategies and the campaign manager of MN is Ready, and Sean Weber, the president of, oh God, I wrote it down. It's got a lot of words. Minnesota Cannabis Growers Cooperative and Industry Council, and also Crested River. So we are going to dive right in. Charlene is short on time. I want to make sure that you get to hear from her. But I wanted to give a little bit of a, come on in, folks. We're just getting started. Squeeze your way in. So you may best remember me from the MN is Ready Twitter, where we spent a lot of time live tweeting every single hearing that was happening, every discussion that was happening. Leili was at the table many a time that I was watching and tweeting what was going on. But we're very excited to have Charlene here as we talk about what's next. So I think we all know what's immediately next, which is Tuesday, August 1st, big day. So that's a good place to start. And I'm wondering if, Leili, I can throw it to you to kind of summarize what happens August 1st and maybe what doesn't happen August 1st.
Yeah, so August 1st is the day that use and possession become legal, though you should check with your local government as to where and how you can consume legally. It is not yet legal to sell on August 1st. We have to set up the regulatory infrastructure and get folks licensed before they can legally sell. Of course, you can all continue to enjoy the legal hemp-derived THC products. Those will continue to be available, but use and possession will be legal. The decision to do that August 1st, even though legal sales won't begin until there's licensing, probably towards end of 2024, early 2025, is that we already, as a state, have made that decision that cannabis possession and consumption is something that should be legal and no longer criminalized. And so that's why that is starting now. We don't want to continue to criminalize people for something that we are building an industry around. August 1st, also home grow. So we're the 11th state that has legalized home grow. You can have 8 plants, up to 4 of which can be mature and flowering. And then, yeah. Household, I believe, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Charlene, everybody wants to know what's happening. I won't make you do like a week by week breakdown for us, but can you maybe help folks understand what they are going to be seeing coming from the official spaces of government in this latter half of 2023 and what's kind of on the horizon ahead?
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, really happy to be having these conversations. I am new to the cannabis space, but not new to the state government regulatory space. So I am in an interim role. I want to make that really clear. You're not going to continue to see me for years on end. I have 3 jobs right now. The Office of Cannabis Management is on paper, right? We don't have a building. We don't have staff. We have me. And then we have a lot of people that we're borrowing from other agencies during this transition time. So I've been brought on through December to do 3 things. The first one is to lead the search for the new director of this office. So the job is closing on Monday, and we're going to very quickly turn around. I have not started to look at applications, but I can tell you a lot of people want this job. Like the last time I looked, it was in excess of 100 applications, which we do not have all the time for government roles, right? So I can't tell you how many of those are actually qualified or are going to be invited for a first round interview. The governor makes the decision. So just like there's a commissioner of education or a commissioner of the Department of Health, this will be, for all intents and purposes, the cannabis commissioner or the Office of Cannabis Management commissioner. We're calling it a director because it's a little bit smaller agency, but still, eventually there'll be 120 people. So the governor will be naming that person in early September. I think in theory, our goal is September 1st, but honestly, that's Labor Day weekend and things happen, and the governor's going to be at the state fair and he's at Farm Fest next week. And so it's going to be early September. The second thing we're doing is standing up what's called the the Cannabis Advisory Council, right? That's where folks like you come in. So it is a 51-member council. Let that sink in. I'm not sure the last time a body of 51 people were particularly nimble, but it's great to have a lot of people with expertise and interest in different things. So whether you have business expertise, whether you want to be a cultivator, a manufacturer, a grower, whether you're interested in the medical cannabis side, whether you're interested in the criminal justice and the harm repair aspects of it, Minnesota's tribes are going to be represented. A lot of state agencies that have intersections are going to be on this council, and they're going to play a really important role in what I'm going to talk about next, which is rulemaking. And that's the thing that a lot of folks are interested in today. So we have a law. The law tells us what's legal and what's not legal. The rules actually give us the framework about how we're going to do it. And it gives us the business rules. So those of you who are interested in starting a business, right, whether it is as a grower, a manufacturer, a cultivator, as a tester, you know, there's going to be testing for quality standards and all of those things. You'll need to apply for a license to operate in Minnesota. We have to write the rules to do that. Now, the last thing we want to do is write a bunch of rules that haven't had input from people who are going to be directly impacted. So there's 3 phases of that. We're going to get a lot of input on the front end on all sorts of different categories, everything from product labeling to where you can be located in terms of physical space to can you use certain pesticides as a cultivator? You know, all sorts of rules we're going to write. We need input from people who actually know what they're doing, who have done business, who understand what it's like, who know that they're going to be having to navigate this to do this in a legal market. So we're going to do this public engagement phase. Then we're going to put pen to paper. We're going to write the rules. Then we're going to post them, and we're going to see what we got right. We're going to see where we might have missed the mark. We're going to see where, you know, where we captured what you told us. So then there's going to be another round of kind of being able to adjust those. And then they go to something called the administrative law judge or the Office of Administrative Hearings. And the judge says, thumbs up, thumbs down, or start over and do it again. That takes a little while, right? There's an urgency because we're all eager. We're all really excited about this. We've been to other states and we visited dispensaries and we've seen that this is working in other states, but we also want to do it right. And we want to do it in a way that works for the folks that are going to be directly impacted. So that's going to take place over the next, I would say, year to 14, 16, 18 months. Our goal is to have applications and a retail market standing up by the first part of 2025. But there's a whole lot that needs to be done, not the least of which is to also hire the 100 to 125 people that are going to staff this office, that are going to be the experts in inspections and licensing and technical assistance. One of the things, Lauren, that's really important, but I think that the philosophy that we are taking is that rather than top-down kind of heavy hammer regulation, the best route to regulatory compliance is to give education, support, technical assistance on the front end. So we want to work with folks, right? Because that's the best route to do things right, is you know clearly what the expectations are rather than having some long arm of the government come in and say, you know, that's not right. So that's kind of our approach, to develop those operating principles, to launch rulemaking this fall, to get that position filled. And it's a lot of work and I'm kind of tired. I'm a little sweaty. I'm a middle-aged woman, so my power surges are going right now. Not just because it's hot here. I'm busy all the time. So, but it's a lot of fun. It's exciting.
Yes, a huge debt of gratitude for you for taking this on. This is, yes, temporarily taking this on. Thank you for that. That was really helpful and comprehensive. Sean, as a business owner who's already been in this space and who works with a lot of fellow business owners as part of your work with the council, curious what you're hearing, what you're thinking, and how you would tell other businesses who are looking to expand into the space how to be prepared.
Well, I'm very tired and very sweaty, so I apologize for misspeaking. There's an exceptional amount of enthusiasm, and it seems to be growing by the day. The one thing that I have noticed is people that have been in the industry and people that want to get in the industry still don't have a really good handle of what the legislative plan is. There's not necessarily misinformation, but just misunderstandings of what the legislation has imposed. We still have some work to do, but as it stands now, I feel it's pretty clear. So we just need to do a better job hearing people out and responding with accurate information. Outside of the excitement and maybe the general misunderstanding of what's out there, it's outside of the naysayers and the local government control issues. That's really the only negative component I've seen out of it. I'm very excited to see a lot of these current entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs engage into the industry and really develop a local craft market. And that's where a lot of the excitement comes from. When new industries start to come to fruition, it's usually the grassroots that start it. I mean, this campaign was ultimately grassroots, started 20 years ago. Leili's team, they picked it up and they did a great job. And here we're seeing the craft market, grassroots, build up with excitement, and it's really exciting. So I just say that we just need to be pragmatic with our understanding of the legislation and ask questions. Just ask questions. We need to have a clear understanding of what the plan is in order for the plan to work.
So I'd like for each of you to answer the next question, thinking about some of the things that you are most excited about that's going to be coming up, as well as the things that you think are going to be the biggest challenges, whether it's around the governmental rollout portion, whether it's just for businesses navigating, whether it's for new folks that are looking to get into the industry. All answers will do, but curious from your perspectives, what you see as the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge ahead.
Okay. I want to be respectful of my fellow panelists. I think the biggest challenge is going to be this gap between full legalization and when applications for businesses are due, right? So I think that the general understanding in the public is that, okay, things are legal, so I'm going to be able to walk into a smoke shop, right? And I'm going to purchase, and that's actually not a legal transaction other than the low dose, low potency hemp derived THC that we can already purchase legally, right? So I think the challenge is this enthusiasm that could generate, I hate to use the word illicit market because we really want to bring people into the fold. So I hate to use pejorative terms, but I think just this gap between the availability of and the actual legitimate businesses that are going to be standing up in early 2025 is going to be our challenge. And then expectations management around that. So all of you in this room can be like evangelists for I hate to use the term marathon, not a sprint, because it doesn't convey urgency, and there is an urgency, but it is really true that we have to be deliberate and intentional in really taking this a chunk at a time.
So I'm excited about a lot of things. People on the heels of this campaign, everyone's like, oh, you must be tired. Did you get to take some vacation? And it's like, no, it's a fire hose. My mouth is open. I want to drink all of it. So, we were able to, in this state, do something pretty incredible. And it builds on what Sean was saying about this sort of bottom-up grassroots approach. Our law was written by local stakeholders that spent hundreds and hundreds of hours not focused on the needs of their own individual businesses, but thinking about what do we want the cannabis industry in Minnesota to look like. And that was this local Minnesota-focused craft, prioritizes entrepreneurship, and we drafted the legislation to reflect that. But now the exciting part is, now that's not enough, right? We have to now make sure that our local business people that we want to be benefited, you are set up for success. Not just that you have the ability and the right to get the license, but that once you do, you are able to be positioned to bring that supply to meet the demand, that it comes from our local businesses. Because if we license our local businesses and you're not set up for success and you're not able to, transition from that legacy market into the new, regulated market, that's when the floodgates are going to open and you're going to have the MSOs come in. And in this state, it's not about our entrepreneurs versus one another. It's about Minnesota industry versus folks from out of state that are going to come in, and they don't have an interest necessarily the same way you all do, being invested in your communities. So what I'm really excited about and what we're starting to do is get the understanding of what it is that our local entrepreneurs need in terms of resources, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of expertise. And we're building the bench of those people that will be able to help make sure you all are prepared and that we have the ecosystem to support that. And then we are also, what the MN is Ready campaign largely did was it created that infrastructure to allow for that grassroots work to happen. We facilitated, Maren, who was in here, I think she left, Maren facilitated hundreds and hundreds of hours of these working group meetings to provide input to the legislators. We need that same thing now with the rulemaking. We need folks that are going to help inform the regulators about the challenges, about, the technical aspects, all of that. And so we're taking that infrastructure that was the campaign, and now we're creating something called the Minnesota Cannabis Resource Center. This is going to be the permanent public interest infrastructure to serve the interests of the cannabis stakeholders, not just industry. It's not an industry group, but in beginning to identify these kinds of things, prioritize them, find the solutions, get the right experts in, build the leadership capacity within the industry to keep it sustainable. So I am very excited about all of that. And it's all going to be very hard.
They took a lot of words out of my mouth, so I'm trying to reformulate a response. And the one thing that hits right off the bat is we are now inherently responsible to self-police the market until we have a legitimate enforcement arm. Over the last 2 years, we've had a better part of the licensed industry operating in good faith and compliance with the changes in the law. And there's an entire economy and supply chain out there that either chooses to be ignorant or is just generally ignorant as what the current legislative regulations are. I mean, to this day, you could probably go to 3 out of 5 smoke shops within a stone's throw and find non-compliant, illegal product. And that product is not going to go away until either A, there's enforcement, or B, the consumer recognizes that this is not necessarily a good actor. Now, as a consumer myself, I'm not one to tell on someone that's providing me with something that I enjoy. But at the same time, I would take a personal position to understand that this person isn't necessarily playing by the rules and is either inherently really smart and prepared for the consequences or just a bad actor. So with all that said, the next year, while all this is forming and coming to shape, we as stakeholders and we as consumers, I firmly believe, have an inherent responsibility to self-police. And I'm excited to see exactly how that unfolds. We've been trying for the last year or two. And the way I see this is just another postseason. So the regular season's over. Now it's time for the postseason. We'll see how that transpires and go from there. And the unknown is either as scary as it can be or it's as exciting it can be. And that's where I'm sitting right now.
I do want to talk about one thing that I'm really excited about, and I don't think that we should walk out of here without talking about the opportunity for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people to have a chance to start over, right? As business owners, as entrepreneurs, people whose slate is going to be wiped clean and can access housing and jobs and all kinds of other things as they are coming back into society after having intersected with the criminal justice system because of criminalization. That is a huge piece of this law, and it undergirds everything that we do. And really, as we think about opportunities for folks, that is really exciting. I would tell you it's personal to me. I have a son who has really struggled and is currently incarcerated. And this law is too late for him because his escalating addiction and substance use disorder has meant that he's had other consequences. And so automatic expungement will not apply to him. However, had cannabis not been criminalized in his previous reentry into society as a parole violation where he was sent back and further hardened, his journey might have looked different. So for other mothers of other Nicks, the fact that we are really changing the conversation around cannabis and really bringing it into the mainstream and taking away the punitive, pejorative aspects of it, I think is huge for Minnesota and long overdue.
One of its main pillars or goals is addressing the black market, right? After things go legal, and so, but I'm not sure how that. I'm a little worried about how that could almost repeat, and create offenders and create, so I'm not sure what that means when we kind of focus on the black market.
Well, we're not, right? We're going to focus on business, right? So we're going to offer business licenses. And if somebody has some sort of violation, we're going to offer some opportunities for corrective action, right? So any sort of business operates under a license in Minnesota. And if you don't comply with the regulations around business, then you lose your, right? Like, so let's take an example, a restaurant who is serving alcohol to a minor. They don't lose their liquor license right out of the gate, right? But if they're caught, there's an escalating series of consequences, but they are not criminal unless there is something else going on. So OCM will never be a criminal enforcement entity. Now, certainly if we get information about criminal activity, we will turn that over to appropriate law enforcement authorities for investigation, but we will not be a criminal entity or a criminal oversight body. We're a business regulator. It's business.
The language around self-policing and whatnot, and the excitement around self-policing and what that means, it's a little bit of concern in terms of.
I was more or less implying, I guess if you walk into a store, like I walked in here and there was a vendor that I knew was selling THCA flower. THCA flower is 100% absolutely illegal. It's marijuana. They've been selling it for months. So I simply said, are you still selling THCA flower? And he says, well, why wouldn't we be? And I said, because it's illegal. This is a store owner that is selling marijuana. And that's the type of engagement. So I can't force him to do anything. And I'm not going to be that guy that narcs on him and calls the police and files a complaint. But it's my inherent responsibility to perpetuate the understanding that there are compliant products and non-compliant products.
There's a huge black market community in Minnesota
that we hope will come on in.
They're not reading legislation and they're not.
No, but the law is written in a way, and there will be efforts to do that outreach to ensure that those individuals know that there are programs to help now transition folks from that legacy market into the illicit market, whether it's, because folks that have operated illegally are among the most knowledgeable in the industry. That's going to be necessary, right? And we have decided that this shouldn't have been criminal to begin with. So now these are legitimate, skilled individuals, but because of the criminalization, they have lost a lot of that access to the things that allows everybody else to, find employment, build all of that. Part of the purpose of this, and it was built into the legislation, is going to inform the philosophy of what it is that the Office of Cannabis Management does. It's going to inform the kind of work that we do as advocates, the kind of work the co-op does as a organization that sets industry standards and behaviors, which is what I think Sean is speaking to when he's saying self-policing. It's about just like, what are the industry norms and practices that are considered acceptable. It's going to be a collective effort to create, ensure we're creating opportunities and we're bringing people in so that they can be the beneficiaries of the fact that this is now legal, right? It shouldn't, yeah. Yeah.
I'm not advocating for citizens arrest.
No. Okay. Here's the thing. It's an invitation, right? So people have been doing business. They've been doing it illegally because Minnesota has said this is not legal, and the federal government is still behind it. They need to do some catch-up work. But the invitation is jump right in. We're going to have an infrastructure. We're going to tell you what the expectations are. You have a lot of knowledge, so come on in, the water's warm, right? But if you continue to do it, you know what the rules are, and you're not really following them, then there's going to be some business consequence. Because again, we want a safe, accessible market that people feel confidence in when they go to purchase a product, right?
All right, so I'm going to ask one more question to our panelists, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience before we need to wrap up. So I'm going to ask a similar question to each of you with your different hats on. Local control is a big question right now. A lot of us are, city to city, county to county, wondering what's happening, what we can get, what we can't get, what we can do, what we can't do. So Charlene, definitely looking for your thoughts on that and where folks can even get help understanding now, if that is aggregated somewhere. Leili, would love to have you speak about some of the ongoing political work to address this. This was something that was really important in the bill. And, when you're making sausage at the Capitol Sausage Factory, sometimes things go into it. So would love to hear kind of what we're thinking as far as next steps on the legislative piece. And then round it out with Sean, just talking, would love to hear, for you personally, of course, as well as for other folks, who are business owners, how you go about building those relationships and having, that engagement with your local folks so that they are understanding what you're doing and that you're not, some illicit drug dealer in a dungeon somewhere trying to lure children. You're not. He's definitely not. So anyway, local control being such a big question right now, would love to have each of you kind of speak to that.
So the sausage analogy around local control, this is a spicy part of it, right? I think that for the bill to be passed, and I want to make clear I wasn't part of the negotiations. I came in after the fact. So I was reading the paper and following it just like so many of you were. The idea of local control in Minnesota is pretty important. Whether you're talking about cities or counties or school districts, Minnesotans believe inherently that the best decisions about their communities are made in those communities, right? And so there was a pretty strong sense that we needed to give, and I say we, again, without negotiating the bill, that there needed to be a mechanism for local governments to be able to develop their own policies and ordinances. That's what we're seeing now in two areas. Number one, some of them are passing these moratoriums, right, on business licensing, which is sort of funny because they wouldn't be issuing a license to operate ahead of OCM having business regulations. So that's kind of not really necessary, but that's okay for them to do that. You're also seeing them developing their policies around public use, right? So in parks or close to buildings or things like that. And I think that that is really an aspect that the authors, certainly I've heard both Representative Stevenson and Senator Port say that this was an ability for local governments to make the decisions that work best in their communities. Already in a lot of municipalities, you can't smoke or vape in public, like near a playground or next to a school or in public places. And so it's really just an extension of and a reflection of those ordinances that local cities have already made. And I think that they're just kind of bringing their cannabis ordinances kind of to conform with those that are already in existence. And then in terms of how are we working with them, a good source of information. So we're working with the League of Minnesota Cities. It is an organization. It's kind of like what you were talking about, Leili, right? So it helps cities develop, understand legislation and what their responsibilities are. They have a really good FAQ on there on what cities can and can't do. They're working closely with us, and I think that that's giving guidance and information until we have some rules in place. It's giving some good guidance, and so you can go onto the League of Minnesota Cities website and see what they have to say about public use and possession. Possession and use are legal, though.
So So this is one place where we're going to diverge on our feelings about something, and that is what the role of the League of Minnesota Cities has been, in their engagement around this. They're not knowledgeable about the industry because they have not engaged with any of the stakeholders, and they are leading an aggressive, I think, reefer madness type campaign where they are going to these municipalities. They are getting them to pass moratoriums based on inaccurate information without proper consultation, and it is going to be harmful to those cities and to our businesses. And, my concern is that right now, is the best time for businesses and local governments to be very closely engaged in having conversations, because come January 1st, 2025, these local governments are going to be preempted from being able to have moratoriums, meaning state law is not going to allow that. They're going to have to license businesses. And if they have put in a moratorium on the basis of, and some of these moratoriums to me really reflect a desire to just continue prohibition for as long as possible. And we work with local businesses. We know that in those places where there are moratoriums, there is an adversarial relationship oftentimes with those policymakers based on the interactions that we hear often has been through the League of Minnesota Cities, that, they feel that this is a menace to public health and public safety. My concern is that if, that is the attitude right now, we have a lot of great business owners, responsible business owners, people who want to set up businesses in their own communities to serve their neighbors. They have a vested interest in being the most responsible actors. And instead of being able to engage in good faith in the same way that when we interact with the state, that there's a collaborative element where, it's just not happening in a lot of these pockets of local government. And I really think it's something that, part of it has been our failure as advocates too. We also just have a limited amount of capacity in being able to deal with things at the state level and build all those relationships, at the local level has been a challenge. Something we're going to work on addressing by, bringing in some folks. Again, we talked about building out that bench. We need to build out that bench with some folks that come from that world of local government advocacy, who have those relationships. Maybe somebody from the League of Minnesota Cities wants to come over and work on the advocacy side here, and we can, find a path forward. But yeah, I think from our standpoint, there's some significant room for improvement.
Clarify one thing. So I want to make it really clear that we're working with them because they are asking us questions. But again, until there are rules in place about how we should be supporting them to develop it, they're doing it on their own. As I said, when I was speaking, I'm not sure that the moratoriums are really something that need to be in place, because again, it's sort of there's a lot of folks that will look for solutions that don't really have an equivalent problem to it. I'm not saying that about the league. They're getting questions from their members, so they're trying in the way that lots of organizations do to give information to their members. But again, they do not speak for the Office of Cannabis Management. They speak for their member cities, and they're giving guidance to them.
Engaging with stakeholders and industry members in a positive fashion. Was that the question? Local government?
How you're going to build those relationships, knowing that relationships can be key to overcoming some of these misapprehensions, misunderstandings.
Sure. So we are located in a small town of Morgan, population 900 people. I have a really good story where I was pulled over with 10 pounds of cannabis in the backseat of my car with all my paperwork, and I was still cuffed and stuffed by a state trooper. And when the local law enforcement came up, he was laughing his ass off. I tried to engage with that state trooper in a positive fashion, and that quickly turned negative because he thought he knew better. He had an alternative agenda other than just protecting the public. That actually triggered a chain of events where I reached out to the county that I resided in, where I actually ended up training their probation staff. I then reached out to the county that I worked in, and they had no interest whatsoever to engage in any dialogue. Just the other day, we actually had a break-in. And when the local police showed up, I was explaining to him the plants that were taken. And he kept on referring to it as marijuana. I'm like, no, these are hemp plants. Nothing's going to happen. I mean, really, it's not even about the plant. It's about the breaking and entering part. But he was completely oblivious to anything and everything associated with legalization. And it was very troubling. So what I've done is I've proactively reached out. But ultimately, what you need to do is you need to approach every conversation with an open mind and with humility until that you understand, really, is there an agenda here, or are we just trying to learn together? Now, engaging with stakeholders, it kind of goes back to the previous question that we had, or that I answered, in regards to just education around compliance and general understanding of confusion of the law. And that applies for citizens that aren't interested. That applies to citizens that are interested. That implies to city officials and law enforcement officers. I could not believe how many people in a position of authority have no idea what's going on right now. And I personally try to just spread education to whoever's receptive. And that's really all that we can do. Now, to go off on a slight tangent, again, small town, I had the mayor walk into my building, and I straight up asked him, I says, is Morgan gonna have a licensing system in place? And he's like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, what do we do with our tobacco and liquor permits? And he's like, oh yeah, we have a process for that. I'm like, are we gonna establish one for cannabis? And he's like, let's not talk about it. And the reason he said, let's not talk about it, is they had the League of Minnesota Cities spamming their inbox. They have no desire to engage with them, but they understand that as soon as they take any action, they are going to be put on the radar, and they're going to be under the microscope of scrutiny. They're nervous. They don't want to be put between a rock and a hard place. So they're kind of going with the flow right now. And that's really the only thing that they can do. We do not have rules in place. We are in a hurry up and wait pattern right now. So there's a lot that needs to be done. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but until we have a Office of Medical Cannabis or Office of Cannabis Management, and we do have those rules in place, we just need to be diligent with what we know now, and to just be forward with accurate, proper information in good faith. So.
All right, thank you. So we have borrowed Charlene from another all-day engagement that she does need to get back to. So I just want to do a time check with you. It's about 4:20. Okay, 2 audience questions, perhaps. Let's go to the very back there, and then you, ma'am.
So I'm a cultivator. This is my first season, so leading up for the change from hemp into the recreational scene, I'm sure a lot of people are looking to make that change. I noticed that you had mentioned the time for licensing to be at the end of 2024. Is it safe to assume that next summer I'm going to be growing hemp?
That you're going to be growing hemp?
Essentially, is there no way for the license to be moved based on the timeline to be missed the summer next summer?
Yeah, we've been looking really hard. Rulemaking is hard. I kind of described it at the beginning. The problem is this: we get our authority to do rulemaking from the legislature. They kicked a lot of things to the rules. So one of the things that they put in the law were the temporary regulations for low dose and low potency, right? You have to do a registration with the Office of Medical Cannabis. It was with the Board of Pharmacy. Now it's moved to the Office of Medical Cannabis, and then eventually we'll move over to OCM. That's one particular thing they put in the law. So we didn't have to do rules around that. But unless they actually put a date for license applications and some criteria for that, we have to go through rulemaking, and it's really hard to hurry that up. So I guess there's some scenario under which the legislature could expedite that timeline by putting some things in law. But even so, I'm not sure how much time we gain, quite honestly. The legislature doesn't come in until February. Even when they're going on a fast track, we'd be looking at the end of May. And then by the time that takes effect and we actually write the applications, that's a long shot. I wouldn't even want to say that something like that is likely. So I think that I think it's a long shot. I want to be honest, right? Like I want to manage expectations about what's reasonable and possible, but I also want you to know that we're looking at every possible way we can do it faster. We haven't come up with it yet. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys kind of talked about how you're going to be involved in multiple communities and these advisory boards and efforts to, reverse the convictions and things like that. Since 2020, there's been such an influx in Black and brown people, specifically Black and brown women, making LLCs, starting businesses. And I know a lot of us are now looking to expand into this industry as well. Is this motivation for diversity going to also be reflected in licensure? Is there going to be equitable habits to make sure that all doesn't go to one instrument?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I can say that definitively. So one of the things, other than the director of the office itself, the only other specific office, like we know we're going to have to do licensing, testing, all of these things, education, outreach. The only other thing is an Office of Social Equity. And that's going to be one of the first hires. So we're developing a few other positions to post so that when the new director's on board, they can hire right away. This Office of Social Equity and the person who leads that office is going to help us not only with the outreach that we're doing to communities, but also through rulemaking and really inform how do we, like we all know this with an application, how you weight criteria makes a big difference, right? So how do we come up with a criteria and a weighting formula that gives appropriate consideration to women-owned and persons of color and people who have been disproportionately harmed. A lot of that is in the law, but then how do you do that with the application process and with the outreach and education? We also want to give a lot of access to resources through some of so there's a partnership with DEED for a lot of grants that are going to go to folks. So they're in the process of standing up. Well, the grants are going to come also through the Office of Social Equity, but the DEED, which is it's economic, it's like employment and economic development. Anyway, so there's going to be a lot of assistance there. But yes, the focus and even the early round of applications is going to have some additional consideration, support, and those social equity licenses are going to be a really important part of standing up this business in the early phases.
I just want to build on that a bit. Those of us that are doing the work to kind of try to shape the industry and to help provide additional capacity to our rulemakers, our policymakers, whoever it may be. We're also very interested in, we're a women-owned business. We are, yeah, you are too. And, we are really trying to build those community spaces to have, women entrepreneurs of color be able to come together, incubate ideas, but also in addition to that, then communicate back to those of us that are working, at the nexus of, the rulemaking, the policy making, the, different service providers are providing. If we have a better understanding of what it is that you all need to be successful as businesses, that's what we're going to push for. So yeah, if you talk to either of us afterwards, we can get you plugged into some of those things. And yeah, we'd love to have you engaged.
Okay, so we're going to have to wrap.
Let me say one more
yes,
thing.
Go right ahead.
Here's what I want to say. There's a lot of demand. There's a lot of interest. We've seen it already, right? And so there is space for a rich, diverse, thriving market in Minnesota, right? And that is our goal. Right? This is not one size fits all. This is not a single entity endeavor that we're embarking on. And there is social equity and justice at the heart of it. And so I think there are opportunity for a lot of people to do really well. And it's an exciting time.
Well, it sure is. Please join me in thanking our panelists, Charlene, Leili, and Sean. We are going to release you back to the event. There is one more panel happening here about 5 minutes, but please enjoy the rest of your day. And don't forget to get a gift bag on your way out. They are great.
Test. Thank you. We're going to get started in just a couple minutes. The last panel ran a little long, so we're just making sure that people can get settled and who want to be here can be here. Thanks, Mark. I'm actually going to start on this side. We all ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Awesome. Okay, so you're here for the 4:30 panel, which is about how legalization in Minnesota is going to affect your business. And there are a few ways to interpret that. It could be people who are operators who want to be operators. My name is Rochelle Gordon. I'm a cannabis journalist. I'm the editor of greenstate.com, which is a lifestyle publication owned by the San Francisco Chronicle. And I go back and forth between California and Minnesota, but I've been covering this space for a long time. For a lot of different niche publications. And I'm really excited to be here because I've watched a lot of markets come online, and seeing my home state of Minnesota come online, it's been a really interesting thing, especially with the hemp derived stuff. Like, that's so unusual in this country, and it's been really cool to watch play out. So now that we're taking it to the next level, it's even more exciting. I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll kind of do a little temperature check and jump into the questions if that feels good. So I'm going to go ahead and let Sue introduce herself, and then I'm going to scoot to the side. So, Sue.
I think that temperature check was a play on words.
Yes, it is warm. If you don't have a fan, or some piece of paper, grab one because it's stuffy.
Or a nice lemon.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I am Sue Sint. I am a lifelong cannabis advocate. I am a member of the Grassroots Party, the third party that helped work to get marijuana to where it's at in Minnesota. So I ran for office in 2016 and 18 and in 2020 against Betty McCollum, and don't need to do that anymore. And so I am here now representing Freedom Grow, which is a national nonprofit dedicated to supporting the thousands of people that are still in prison at the federal level for nonviolent marijuana offenses, along with their families. So we have a table out there, and I have plenty to tell you what we got going on.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Waller. I am the managing partner and co-founder of Mormon Waller CPAs. We are a accounting firm that works with the cannabis space. We work with cannabis clients across the country, East Coast, West Coast, and primarily serve as their CFO, controller, bookkeeper, and kind of making sure that they have all of their accounting ready for Section 280E and tax code and all of the difficult compliance that cannabis businesses have to address when they become legal in legal markets. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Support Suite, which is a new consulting company that I work with Alexandra Ruby down here with, and she'll tell you a little bit more about that. But nice to meet you all.
Hi, everybody. I am Paula Collins. I am an enrolled agent and also an attorney, and I am the tax partner for Mormon Waller. So if you go with Mormon Waller for your accounting services, we will be talking a lot about your taxes. I also have a sub niche, if you will, in working with people moving from the legacy market into the legal market.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexandra Ruby. I am the founder and CEO of Happy Gnome HR, based in Denver, Colorado. Have been in the cannabis space 11 years at this point, but my home state is Minnesota. So very happy to be back here and for things like you said, to come full circle, and couldn't be happier to be here, and very thankful that Canna Connect is happening and that we can all come together to learn more about the industry. As Mark, I guess I'll talk a little bit more about Happy now, but we're an outsourced HR firm, so fractional HR, day-to-day HR operations, hiring, recruiting, everything compliance, human relations, things like that. And then the support suite, which we have a table outside if you saw us, that's a combined outsourced services company. So that's HR, compliance, and accounting to serve as really a back office support team. So that's kind of how we enter into new markets. But so happy to be here, and I will hand it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, super stoked to be on this panel. Everyone up here is extremely talented and intelligent and really knows what they're talking about. And so it's amazing to be here. And yeah, definitely thanks to Canna Connect. I see Steve just came in the room. Thank you so much for having all of us and for having this event. Let's give a hand to them. And to the Wilderness for hosting us. Super awesome. Thanks, Steve. I just want to get a quick show of hands. Who in here is currently an operator in the cannabis space, whether hemp or an ancillary non-plant touching business? Anybody? Okay, a few people. Okay, awesome. Who here is interested in maybe becoming an operator in the future? And who here is just like a fan of the plant and stoked to be here in general? Yes, Matt. Yes. Awesome. Okay, cool. So with legalization in Minnesota, adult use legalization, a lot can change, right? We already have a very interesting hemp-derived market, but the thing is that it's not going to necessarily remain the same. And so it'll be interesting to see how things play out, you know, with what we're used to now with the regulations and what's going to come later. So with that in mind, Mark, with current regulations around hemp-derived edibles and THC beverages, what exactly is going to change come August 1st?
So the biggest change that the low dose companies are going to have to do is they're going to have to register for a license in Minnesota. And it sounds like it's going to be a fairly simple process, but it is going to be something, I believe the due date is at the end of October. So there is going to be a little bit of administrative paperwork that those companies that are already in business are going to have to do. I would expect that there's going to be a little more oversight then, and just having that system set up is going to be important for them, those businesses, to have their ducks in a row. And one question I get a lot is, okay, if I'm a low dose hemp derived manufacturer, does that mean that if I get a cannabis license that everything is subject to 280E? And my answer is no, that's not the case. If you continue to operate as a low dose hemp derived manufacturer, as long as you are able to kind of show that though that manufacturing is separate from your cannabis operation, you definitely can keep those businesses separate, but it is going to increase the complexity. So the biggest thing that I would say is there's going to be more complexity as licensing happens. Most likely the way that you're doing business now is not going to be the way you're going to be doing it in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. So I would just be really prepared to have a lot of change and be ready to just be really well organized and ready to operate in that manner.
If any of the other panelists want to jump in at any moment after the question, like, definitely feel free. And for those of you in the audience, he mentioned 280E. Raise of hands, who knows what that is and who has an understanding? Okay, so most people in here. Yeah, do you want to just really, really quick, like 30 seconds, just explain that for those who don't know?
Yeah, essentially 280E means that it's a tax code of the IRS that says you cannot deduct expenses that are beyond your production of cannabis. So for a manufacturer, that means paying salaries for people that are actually producing cannabis is deductible. Advertising, office expenses, buying pencils, paying for other things, not deductible. So it means that the taxes that cannabis businesses pay are a lot higher effectively than a typical business.
So we on this stage know, and I think it sounds like most of you in this audience know, that running a cannabis business is definitely not like running other businesses. So Alex, can you give us maybe a high level understanding of some things that we may not know about running a cannabis business and maybe what we should know?
Sure. That it is a pretty high level, I think, question just for the time that we have. Somebody asked me this earlier, but in the capacity that you just have to be prepared for the unknown and for every day to be something different than maybe you perhaps expected and be able to pivot, really being able to adapt quickly, be on your feet, perhaps having more reserves and having great savings abilities in case something does come up. Where I can speak from a little bit more is on the employee side of things, I would say. Trying to do as much workforce planning as you possibly can ahead of time, really having the HR and people operations side of things as part of your business plan, not just as an afterthought once you have to start worrying about hiring people. That's too late at that point. Then you're not, I mean, employees are so much of really how you stay alive, how you are able to reduce labor costs, training costs, and have a staff that is able to perpetuate what they love about your company, that word of mouth, the power of word of mouth when you're just getting going. I think, also on behalf of the support suite side of things, the compliance side of things, Allie's, the third member of our party, and she's not here today, but compliance, it's ever changing. And so having somebody that's dedicated to those things, really having subject matter experts in an outsourced capacity, especially when you're just getting going, because you most likely, maybe you can't afford it, but should you be paying full-time or part-time salaries with healthcare or the taxes, or should you, maybe look to an outsourced set of experts? Really weighing out those options, I would say, is what's a little new. Of course, that's normal for any startup, but the cannabis industry is a startup industry, essentially. So that's what I would say there. So anybody else?
So I think that in that movement from small mom and pop business that you might have been running from your kitchen table into an actual industry that is regulated. So in that category, as well as in that movement from legacy to legal, if you've been kind of a weed dealer and now you're wanting to get a license and enter the regulated market, one of the hardest things is to realize that employees cost money. And it's a big shock to people. And what can happen is when they realize employees are going to cost them money, a lot of my clients will then say, well, I've had these guys working for me for years. I just Zelle them money or I send them cash and we're good. It's my cousin. Okay. It's good. And it's like, make a decision. Are you entering the legal market? If you are, make a decision, draw that bright line. It will be agony in some ways, but it will be well worth it in the long run, because what you're getting out of this is that ability to do things like have a business through which you can eventually do things like get a mortgage or set up your own retirement plan. It's such an opportunity that you won't have if you're always working in that kind of cash catch up sort of situation.
Thank you. So in that vein, then, what can people do now to potentially prepare for licensure? Obviously, we're still very, very early. The regulations haven't even come out yet, but everybody wants to be prepared, right? As much as they can be. So in that vein, Paula, what can people do now to prepare for licensure, especially those who are coming potentially from the legacy side?
There are two things. One is, even though you're going to be fundraising, you also need to set aside some money, because you're going to have, if you have been operating as a legacy business, I need to let you know that it's not like you're going to, if it's a retail or even if it's a cultivation, it's not like you're going to lock the door one night as your legacy business that you've loved and man, it's bittersweet times. You're not going to lock that door one night and then put up a license on the wall and open the next day as a licensed business. There will be some downtime. There will be some time where you're either transitioning that existing space or finding a new space that meets all of the criteria that are going to be outlined for us soon by the OCM. So that's one thing. The second thing is there's a management style or an operation style that I'm very familiar with my legacy clients, and I call it silo management. And it's survival. And it's that you know all of one thing and she knows all of one thing, but we're not going to let you mix. And so you might know everything about delivery in a certain part of town. You might know everything about grow in another part of town, but we're not going to have anybody know all the 360. And that can be lethal in the regulated market, because in the regulated market, you want somebody to know when something's a little bit off so that you can meet with your team and correct it. So that survival skill that has done you such good is lethal in the regulated market.
One thing that I think is forgotten as more states come online is the fact that people are still in prison for this plant. People are still being arrested for this plant. People still have federal or cases on their record, whether it's a felony or not, that can still create a lot of harm. And I think as future generations come up, they're going to forget all that came before. So, Sue, for people who want to be a part of the conversation on a higher level, now that weed is legal here at home, how can they still be involved in activism and advocacy?
I wonder if everybody can hear me without the mic, so I can use my two hands. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I have a teacher voice, so. So yeah, you know, marijuana is legalized in Minnesota. A lot of people think that means, hey, we're done, right? But again, at the federal level, we need marijuana to be descheduled. And so what we really need to focus on Congress. And so, so I say you need to vote and support anybody who is an anti-prohibition candidate. And Congress, let's see, the House of Representatives has the MORE Act, and these guys know more about the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act, and Senate is also working on a bill that would help. But really, we just need marijuana descheduled. That would help with banking, and all you can do is vote and promote candidates that are anti-prohibition. The other tool that we have as citizens is the fully informed jury. And so at our table, we do have flyers for FEJA. Jury nullification is the other tool that we have in order to end prohibition and the war against drug users. So at our table is Freedom Grow, which is a national nonprofit. It's an all-volunteer organization that's dedicated to helping the prisoners. And I have a flyer that lists our senators and our Congress people and their addresses, their contact information. And so everybody needs to reach out, call them, send them letters, let them know where we stand. We also have letters that I have today for some women who are in Waseca. Betty Jenkins and Valerie Flores are down in a federal women's prison in Waseca where, you know, they're growing marijuana all around them. And so notice these black and white cards because you can't have color in prison. So if you haven't signed the card, there's still some at our booth, and we'd appreciate it if everybody would sign it. Jesse Ventura sent them a little note, so I'll make sure that they see that. We also have a QR code where you can go directly to Freedom Grow and offer them support financially. They have, right now they have a drive for the kiddos going back to school, but they have holiday drives. And they're always looking for people to sponsor the prisoners, but also their family members, you know, during the holidays and birthdays and, you know, Mother's Day. And so that's one of the things that they do. If you really want to get involved, you can go to freedomgrow.org. It's, you all know how to do that. You know, all the QR codes that they have bring you directly in to pay into, you can just make a donation. let's see, I'm going to look at the list and make sure. So we're always looking for sponsors. And that's one of the things that I think as the cannabis industry grows in Minnesota, I really anticipate that all of the companies are going to participate, and we're not going to ignore the federal prisoners. And, we're here at this event. We're going to be at all the events. They have a book that lists a lot of the different prisoners and their addresses. And so they're always looking for pen pals. So people can just, it's really easy to contact them and write to them, and it makes a big difference in their life. We're always looking for families that will help people as they re-enter into the community, which is really, really hard for them to do. At our booth today, we're selling buttons, and we also have a raffle. Randy Lanier, just how many people here have ever heard of Randy Lanier? He was a Formula One race car driver back in the 1980s. He was really doing well and winning all the races. And of course, the government's like, "Oh, Randy Lanier, where'd you get your money?" Well, he did 27 years because he was bringing weed in. So all you people that have been smoking weed for 10, 20, 30 years, these are the people that brought it in. These are the people that helped us. And now they're sitting in prison. So let's not forget the pot prisoners. And let's continue to vote for anti-prohibition, and let's just keep it going. But it's really a federal fight now. So thank you.
It's really vital work. And as your market matures, there will be enforcement that will become part of the Office of Cannabis Management. And other markets, I spend most of my time in New York City. We are right back to stop and frisk. We are right back to warrantless searches. We are right back to some of the awful, awful situations that caused us to want to decriminalize and to enter into a regulated market anyway. So remain vigilant, right?
Absolutely. And this is still a Schedule 1 plant at the end of the day. So it's still illegal in the eyes of the federal government. No matter how free we may be here in Minnesota, it's not that way everywhere. And so we really have to remember that and make sure that we're honoring the people who came before us and who are still suffering due to the atrocious war on drugs. So thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. That's awesome. As we head into legalization in Minnesota, there are so many licenses, so many different license types, so many different types of businesses. For people who are interested in getting into the cannabis space, how can they decide maybe how they want to be a part of it? Truth be told, I often tell people don't be a license holder. It's really, really difficult. There are lots of other ancillary things you can do. Every single person on this stage is in the cannabis industry where you're not touching the plant. And so not to dissuade anybody, it's awesome. We need cultivators, we need retailers, we need distributors, we need labs, but it's really, really hard work. But for the people who actually want to go the distance, who want to be a part of it, who want to go for a license, how can they decide which license they should go for and what they should do?
This is a really great question that I may not have the best insights for, but what I've seen at the first 2 Canna Connects that I've been to, it's people are doing a lot of market research and are here doing, just trying to gather information before they make these decisions, which I'm quite surprised by, that they don't have just this one avenue that they're going down and they just know that they're going to be a cultivator. It's just, we've been in so many different markets that I find that very interesting and unique, that they're gathering information before they leap, unless they had a farm or something like that where they were in hemp and they're just graduating to that next level. But I would say that it is just market research. It is knowing, being transparent with yourself, being honest with yourself about your skills, your abilities, your passions, what resources you have, your ability, your open-mindedness, what you're good at and what you're not good at. That's what I would say. I mean, I think that maybe goes without saying, but that's probably my contribution to the question, but I'm sure somebody else has more insights there.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a really important piece is like, what are you good at and what are you passionate about? Because there will be space for all of the different types of businesses in Minnesota, but I think having a really strong plan, a really strong idea of what you are trying to do goes a long way. I also say, just from sometimes people ask me, what's the best entity for tax planning? And I like the answer is really, it depends, because if you own a dispensary, technically there's fewer tax deductions available for you, but from a commercial standpoint or from a profit and loss standpoint, if you set up your store in a certain way, you might still be able to be effective. So, it really depends on what you have. The other thing I think that's important to know is it's going to take a lot of cash, honestly, and to be in the legal market. And that's the unfortunate reality, is that there needs to be a lot of cash upfront to start a business. And I've seen it a lot of times where people are really passionate about opening dispensaries and might get some licenses and then get investor groups involved. And by, through different circumstances, the investor groups end up taking control. And so you have to be really, really careful if you want to maintain that control, who you are reaching out to. There's, unfortunately, there's bad actors in this industry as much as there are people that want to help. So I think that to me is kind of the most important thing, is know what you're doing with your eyes open. And there's a lot of different routes you can take.
I would say manage your expectations. A lot of people that I talk to who are just dipping their toe in this are doing what I call the Walmart superstore, where they want a little bit of everything. They want to grow over here, and they want to make gummies in the back room, and they want a dispensary, and they want a smoke lounge, and on and on and on. But you really need to look at the regulations, manage your expectations, manage your budget, and don't think that that first license that you apply for has to be the only license. For that matter, the micro business is very attractive, but don't try to do everything all at once.
How can people who are trying to get into the industry plan ahead for the long term? I mean, obviously, we're just trying to get this thing off of the ground, but we're also building the airplane as we're flying it. And unfortunately, what we see in other markets is there's a big, big rush of business right in the beginning. Everyone's excited, right? Sales are through the roof. And then more times often than not, then things settle down. So how can operators plan long-term in the cannabis space, even this early?
That's a great question as well. And I think, broadly speaking, and maybe it is, to many just comes with the territory, but business planning, true business planning, thinking about the pillars of business, what makes any business successful, organization, keeping proper records from the very get-go, and knowing who your resources are or what your pitfalls are. What are you not covering yet, and how are you going to cover that in the future? If you don't have a background owning or running a business, who does? Mentorship. Just being resourceful, I think, is a really huge piece of that, because you can't just say, oh, we'll figure it out. If you do that, you're going to get to that point, fast forward a year or two, and you're going to be at that point, and you still don't have that resource filled. And so then you're going to be backtracking and having to, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. And I think that's not a great way to enter into your first operation or operations in general.
Plan your exit strategies. Unfortunately, I'm working with 3 different groups right now that are going basically through a business divorce. And had they done some planning early on, it would have been a lot cleaner, a lot less emotional. So plan your exit strategy, even if you think, no, this is my baby, this is it for life. Go on and plan your exit strategy. And also, please don't make deals that are good buddy agreements that are off of paper. And that's again a thing from the legacy market where, oh, no, surely there's a way we can make this work, and I'm going to give you 20,000 and you're going to give me 110% by the end of no, don't do that. Write it down.
Yeah, those are great points. I think knowing what you're doing, having a plan, and I think really echoing Paula, assume that you have a plan in case things don't go the way you expect them to, because definitely seen that even with partnerships that you go in and you feel like this is going to work really well, things can change for people. Just be very prepared and cautious about what's happening, and plan and be very strategic in your planning.
I guess I have a question for you all. So from the Parabola Center, there were some really good articles in there talking about different models that the different states have done and trying to use the equity piece to try and really meet the equity need. And nobody's really quite hit it on the mark. And I'm wondering about like the co-op model. You know, very few of us have the $1 million it's going to cost to open a dispensary, but what kind of models are there where, you know, co-op model?
The co-op model is something that I really wish we could develop more. What I find most often is that if it's a co-op cultivation, and I need to look again at the rules for Minnesota and see what's being mapped out, but it seems like the canopy isn't sufficient to really support and yeah, exactly, and like to make it sustainable. A dispensary, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work, because ultimately somebody has to buy the wholesale product and other people have to then be the customers. And I guess they could come in and work, but then there's all sorts of background checks, and you know, it's going to come down to somebody really stepping out and being willing to commit an operating agreement or a community agreement towards that goal. Now, I will say Harborside was kind of a co-op in a way, and that's one of the biggest cases in cannabis tax law, and it goes way back to the AIDS days when there were very few treatments available for AIDS, and Harborside was a clinic in Oakland that was treating with cannabis. So it can be done, but it takes a tremendous amount of, I don't know, community as well as a leader. You got to have the combination.
Did you have something to add?
Well, I guess I was thinking more of a co-op model where like the employees own the business. Where you're talking more of a co-op, like the community all is a member of the co-op. But what about a situation where the employees are profit sharing, or you know, where you can get you know, a handful of people that go together to hire a management team and share the profits with the labor? Is that just a corporation with profit sharing, or is that a co-op?
I think it gets into the licensing. Like ultimately, who's responsible for that license? And if product is diverted, who's responsible for that? That's
because they gotta throw somebody in prison. You can't have like 7
well,
people.
I mean,
You
what
gotta
it
have one person
you didn't think that we totally decriminalized, did you?
No, this is an industry.
I want to know if there are any questions in the room at this point for anybody on stage. That was a really great question, Sue, actually. Does anybody else have a question? Yes, right here.
What are the biggest mistakes that you see startup operators make before they come to you?
The biggest mistakes that startup operators make before they deploy your services. Oh, it looks like you have something to say, Alex.
Not paying your employees properly, devaluing the efforts and the value of people's work in building your company. Time and time again, people will hire us and they send us what they budgeted for employees' pay. And I am flabbergasted that I don't know who did the research, but I actually have not, I maybe have seen a couple that were adequate, that people would want to come and work there, that people would feel that they were met with the proper value that they bring to the table, and that it was reciprocated. So I would say total compensation, which really includes when are you going to offer benefits? When are you going to offer, I mean, depending on the state, are you required to provide 401k, which a state like Colorado is required to do that now, not just in cannabis, but any business. Those types of things that maybe you didn't think about. Well, this is an hourly that's acceptable in a retail location at a grocery store or at a some other type of retail experience or something like that. Or they work at Gerton's or Paul's, I think is here. What do they pay them as gardeners? It's not exactly the same. More market research needs to be done. How much does benefits cost? How many employees do you need in order to offer benefits plans, PTO? what is the compensation you're offering to people, and accounting for that. I think it's huge because labor is Paula will tell you, one of your biggest expenses.
I think the cost of compliance, people don't budget for it, and then they're kind of caught. And one of the things is insurance. If you're running a lemonade stand, you might think, oh, well, maybe we should have some. I think that insurance might be kind of cool. But you sort of slide under the radar. But in a regulated industry like cannabis, that can't be. Same thing with security, same thing with just the cost of, I see Dutchy is here, just the cost of your software and your other services, it adds up. And so don't be naive about that. Really get a handle on that.
And then taxes. If you start an entity today, you can't wait until 3 years from now to start filing your taxes. It's honestly, that's 95% of companies. Like, you'd be surprised how many, and it's a common misconception that if you don't have revenue, you don't need to file your taxes. That's not true. Once your entity starts, you need to start filing your tax returns.
And I would say you need to file your paperwork so that you can file your taxes right away on day one. Get a file cabinet. Yeah. It's really simple. You can file or you can pile. Don't pile. File. And I want to say, in the conversation that we had earlier, you used a term, it was employer branding. Love that. Employer branding. Yeah. As the cannabis industry grows, people are going to be like, oh, I want to work for that company. You want to be that company.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think that's a value too that cannabis businesses would follow, is the plant lends itself to treating other employees the right way. So I agree, like, if you really are following that value, you need to budget that way, that there are plenty of employer guides to say, how much should I pay my bud tenders? There's resources out there to do that. So don't just throw a number on a spreadsheet.
I had a question regarding Minnesota law. Under the new legalization, I see the distinction between retail cannabis growers for sale and medical cannabis growers for sale. Being a medical patient myself, I was wondering if there any advantage to the medical grower side, like as being able to have more plants, et cetera, or is it just a financial difference?
Okay, so the question, in case you didn't hear, and for those at home, was with the differentiation between medical retail growers and recreational or adult use retail growers, are there advantages to either of those license types? Can anybody speak on that? I think.
I can talk a little bit. Yeah, and I'd have to look at the regulations precisely, but my understanding is medical, there's less or little sales tax that is paid for medical licenses. So for patients, it's the idea is that it's a little bit more cost effective. There should be, obviously the medical program is available now, so I think they'll have a little bit of a head start as the rec licenses happen. I mean, they'll have they'll have more than a little bit of a head start. Yeah. So definitely, my understanding is that the intention of the bill is to help expand the medical program from the point where it's at right now. And there are some advantages to that right now.
I'm pretty sure that the requirements for medical marijuana are higher standards than just for adult personal use, where, they get a test for pesticides and heavy metals and insect feces and, make sure it's high quality medical cannabis. So.
Yeah.
Is that even?
I don't know.
So there's really no difference in the requirements.
I don't
testing
believe
requirements.
so.
or-
No, it has to be safe. Yeah.
It's just the sales tax.
Tax. Yeah. But in some states, patients certainly can get, less tax. Maybe the products might be stronger. You may be able to buy higher than the rec limit would be. And so those are some advantages as a patient for sure. But on the cultivation license side, that's an interesting question. Yeah.
One final medical and cultivation question. Is there any place out there that an independent guy can get his product tested or concentrate tested and be assured?
Yes.
In a legal way, or at least a reliable way?
Yeah, there are definitely labs out there who will test product. So definitely, if you want to talk after, I can make some recommendations of some companies that might, some won't, and some will. But it also depends on what you're trying to test for and why. So, any other questions? Yes.
Just a moment. What would you consider to be like best practices for preparing for licensure? I'm currently within an existing hemp-derived business, and what I want to focus on is like, what would be the core members of a team preparing for licensure? Like, which key roles do I need to make sure are there? Does that resonate with anyone? Okay.
Yeah. So the question is, for people who are preparing to apply for a license, what should their team look like? Who do they need, and how can their application look too? I think, and we actually spoke about this on our pre-show call, and we were going to talk about this. So, who did you want to take?
I might weigh in lightly, but I think Paula and you, I think you guys might know a little better. But I'm just going to hand it off.
I'll let you take it.
Okay. I mean, I would think about it the same way that you would if you're starting any business. So you have to think about what are the different functions of your business. So are you looking like a cultivation or dispensary or retail dispensary? Okay. So I would say, start with, your ownership team. Maybe think about what is your management team going to look like? So do you have somebody in mind, or like a type of position in mind that you want to fill? And what does your staffing look like? That would be.
Okay, I think we were going that way. So I think it would be 4 would be question.
Like build that team. I'll let you speak on that. But I would also say, like, what's your finance team look like? Do you have an attorney? Do you have kind of all those pieces?
Yeah, and from what we've seen, depending on the size of your company, how funded it is. I mean, some of us know here that there's hedge funds that are getting involved in Minnesota, and every state they have obviously abilities that many other businesses don't have access to certain individuals. Sometimes the government, whether it's said or not said, is they have pull because they have experience in other states. You may be able to have folks from multi-state operators that have done very, very well, and the government knows that they're going to bring in more tax dollars. They have more experience in these matters. So they want, it sometimes comes back to the money. So most times it does, unfortunately. So having people with reputation is huge from what I've seen, depending on the size of the organization. Like if you're looking to be small and boutique, maybe that's really not the angle. If you're looking for more financial success, more of a blueprint, and maybe you're expanding to other states or territories, then I think you would probably want to lean more on having a great reputation, somebody who's a fantastic lobbyist, somebody who is able to captivate audiences and is a great speaker. You kind of look more into those personality types, I would say, would be the answer there. So, yeah.
I would add one more thing too, is if you have a pitch deck of some sort and you need to include financial projections, include something that's very realistic. That is something that especially if you're sending it to investors that might be investing in a lot of things, what they are looking to do is poke holes in it. So don't send them something that's completely out of the realm of reality, but send them something that's realistic. And so I think that's important.
In other words, do not promise everybody that they will be millionaires in a year. It's in the regulated market, that's really super hard to do.
Yep. And then one last thing is just on the staffing because your question was unique because it's pre-operation, it's pre-licensure. And that's why I handed it off, because generally speaking, people hand me the microphone for once you're in operation, who do you hire and how do you hire? But I think the second piece of that is really management is everything. And everything's top down. So people that have they're like-minded, they care about people. They understand the pillars of success. They understand pillars of a business, so that you're not fighting tooth and nail to show them why HR is important, why we need to spend money in these areas. They should just probably know these things, or at least be in somewhat agreement with you. And then the rest is, just management, and then downward. It's always top down. So.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. Remember the people who are going to be judging the licensing applications, right? Like you're kind of playing to their sensibilities in a lot of ways too. And the people who have a team who appear to know what they're doing, or at least can show they do on paper, that's going to impress these people who are judging the applications. And we don't know what the criteria is going to be yet in Minnesota, but as someone who's helped write applications in other states, like they're very, very thorough. And the people who have a really good team and who can demonstrate that they know what they're doing and that they can be trusted with a license, those are the people who have won. So just remember that too. Yeah, for sure.
I'm currently doing a hemp cultivation, looking at moving into the rec market. And 280E is kind of a big, giant standing over most of us in terms of the financial side of how do we navigate that, because there's such a difference between having a federally legal business versus technically a federally illegal business, and how you navigate building upon that, how you expand, how are MSOs working that loophole, which seems like a loophole because, like I said, there are multiple states, but yet federally legal. So it's kind of a weird gray area. Any advice for that?
So is the question about how can you plan for expansion even with if the federal Schedule 1 status and 280E in the tax code?
Essentially, how to move from hemp to marijuana and how to best navigate 280E.
Okay, navigating 280E when you're moving from hemp to cannabis. Okay.
I mean, if you're still in the decision-making process, one thing I would suggest would be talk to an accountant or work through it yourself, where you prepared that return as if your hemp were cannabis, and see what would the difference be. And then also really talk to somebody who understands some aspects of 280E, or really in the 471C and 471E, that apply to a cultivation that give you more deductions than the retail dispensary is going to get. The other thing is, we all have this idea that the MSOs know how this works. Honestly, the MSOs are playing the shell game with VC or venture capital funding. And if you really drill down, they're not profitable. They're not making it. And so it's that gloss. Don't believe them. Your cash business is a lot stronger than theirs.
I have a little bit different of a business, and I'm not coming from the growing side of things, but I'm in training currently to become a congier, which is essentially like sommelier for cannabis. And a piece of my business is that I have to purchase products to then try, and that is absolutely a business cost for me. But how do I, as a business, then justify I'm buying this much cannabis in raw flower form or in edible form or in drink form, and how do I use that as how do I pay my taxes on that? Like, are there any restrictions around utilizing raw flower as a sample in my business expenses?
Ooh, that's a really good question. You want to talk about
I don't have very good news for you. First of all, we need to look into the licensure, because at some point you're making a sale, but you're also purchasing for personal use. And so where are you drawing the line? But unfortunately, that portion of the product that you're purchasing so that you can know the products isn't going to be deductible, because there's no direct sale. So the cost of goods sold, if you're purchasing so you can kind of educate yourself and know the product, yes.
If the intended purpose is then to sell either the assessment of the flower, so a rating, or if it's to write an article based on that flower, so like creating a review, essentially I am then selling the knowledge that I've received from that flower. So I'm doing I'm doing reviews on different strains, and I'm selling that to a magazine that then pays me however much money for that.
And you would have to sell that to a revenue officer when your audit comes up, because that's not going to fly. It's not going to work. It is such direct sale. It is that I bought this product and I'm selling it to a person. It's not, oh, but we know that the idea, the concepts, the intellect, unfortunately, no.
Yeah, I think it's, if you look at 280E, it is, in the way that we interpret it, it's very straightforward, and it's you can deduct things that are cost of goods sold from your revenue that's derived from the sale of revenue. But if there's not a sale of the revenue, then it's probably a moot point, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know I've been writing about weed for a long time, and I've never been able to deduct my weed, hon. I'm sorry. It's a real drag. Yes, hopefully we can, but samples are your friend, and I know that you know that. We can gift in the state, right? 2 ounces, yeah. So, yeah, one more question. Okay, yeah, no, please.
I hear a lot about this model. Oh, I'm selling stickers, but I give a gift of weed. Is that going to be legal come the first, or is it just?
Yeah, I feel like people are going to do it. I definitely think that. But I would definitely be careful, right? Because anytime there's a transaction of money, even if it's cash, it's like it's a sketchy sort of thing, right? So, and I personally think that we're going to see what happened in Washington, D.C. kind of play out here, which is that, so Washington, D.C., cannabis has been legal for a long time. They have 0 dispensaries, but there are plenty of stores that you can go in and get a t-shirt. Or one time I ordered a motivational speech, and then a half hour later, a guy showed up with cannabis. Like, that's a thing, right? Like, and so I think that we could see that. And at that point, that gentleman who I bought the cannabis from, he said his lawyer said it was fine. He's like, I'm in the clear, but he's not doing it anymore. So I will say that. Exactly. So it's still against the law, essentially at the end of the day. Excuse me?
DC has a specific regulation that allows that as well.
Yeah.
I-74.
The gift with purchase. Yeah. But here it's without retribution or remuneration, isn't it, in the law? Right. So you can't get something for it. Yeah, you can't get something for it. It's against the law. Okay. So this has been really, really great. Everyone's going to be around at the end. So if you have more questions, please stick around. Everyone on this stage is a wealth of knowledge and would love to speak to you. So please take advantage. Just as we wrap things up, how can people be in touch with you after the event? How can they follow you? How can they reach out?
Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. This was awesome. Please reach out. We're going to be at the booth for just a little bit longer if you want to come chat with us. We do have a way that you can set up a time to schedule a consult. While I am located in Denver, Mark is here and very present. He offices out of this building, and also, of course, we can set up anything virtual. So you can reach out to me via happygnomehr.com. That is the name of my company, and I'm happy to give you my other contact if you find me around. So thanks so much.
I'll be around at the booth. So I am with Monn and Waller. I'm usually physically located in New York City, but you can find me, you can contact me, and I envision being in Minneapolis a lot more in the coming months.
And we're all 3 at the same booth, by the way.
Yeah. Yep. moreandwaller.cpa is our website. You can follow us on Instagram as well. We respond to DMs there. And then my email is mark@moreandwaller.cpa. And again, I'll be at the booth.
And you can find Freedom Grow at freedomgrow.org. And I'll be out at the booth, and I'll be at all the events coming up. And you'll all know me going forward because I'm me. So
Go to greenstate.com. Please read our content. Sign up for our newsletter, the Field Guide newsletter. We talk about everything cannabis related, from news to strains to, should you take weed on your first date? That was the last article I wrote. So check us out, and you can also reach out to me on LinkedIn, or I'm Rochelle, the writer, on Instagram. And thanks again to Canna Connect for having us. I hope everyone had a really great day. It's been a lot of great panels, and thanks so much for coming. We appreciate it.